are getting to the business end of Champions Week. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League on Sporty Stuff TV. It is the last chance for 2 of these 6 players to navigate their way into finals night, which is played tomorrow night from 10 p.m, as always, on Sporty Stuff TV. Graham Usher is already there. He's been sitting tight yesterday. He sits tight today. He's the only confirmed participant. There's confirmation. Look how close it was. 2 legs. Well, 1 leg, actually. Josh Payne had 2 darts to beat Graham in that final match, but it's Usher who advanced into finals night, leaving Josh Payne, Van Veen and Conor White into Group B. Gavin Carlin, Robert Owen are in Group C, which takes place today, and Group C is tight. It's looking good for David Pallett, 4 wins from 5, but look at the chasing pack. Andy Jenkins just 2 points back on 6 points. Then we've got 4 players on 4 points. There could be a lot of jockeying for positions today, a lot of change in position, but the players have got to hit the ground runners there. It's the last chance to get themselves through into finals night and have that chance to win the £6,000 top prize. And we'll be getting underway with Group C in a few moments' time. Conclusion of Group B comes later on tonight. That is from 10 p.m. again on Sporty Stuff TV, as all the sessions are. And it all culminates in what should be a fantastic finals night tomorrow. The finals night, 6 players, as I mentioned, 1 confirmed, 5 more will be confirmed during today. Usher already there, and one of these 2 will be looking to join him. David Pallett's in a great position. Gavin Carlin, well, he's doing okay, but he can't afford too many slips today, whereas this gentleman, Dave Namikon Pallet, has
first leg. It's Gavin to throw
4
first.
from 5. He's put himself in a great position, and I think that last game of the day when he beat Gavin, just give Dave that bit of breathing space. I think that was an important win for Dave because he just lost his first match of the day in the previous
59.
match. And if he can get off to a winning start here, he's really putting himself in a good position. But we're underway now. Match 1, 15, taking you through to around about 2 o'clock, where we will have 2 more finalists and half the field
95.
confirmed for Saturday night's finals night at the Online Darts Live League Champions Week.
125.
It was a good performance from David Pallett to end the day yesterday, and I was particularly impressed in his performance against Conor Heneghan. He was just chasing and chasing throughout that match, but when he needed that little bit of quality at the back end, he found it, and that was
40.
the big turning point for Dave Pallett. For me, allowed him to take control of the group. His 1 defeat was to Robert Thornton.
121.
Gavin Carlin played some good stuff yesterday. 136 in there. I'm making a bright start here. He's pulled away from David Pallett.
$140. 70.
David Pallett did tell me if he wins the event, he's going to propose to his long-term partner, Bobby. Oh, hang on, I wasn't supposed to say. Surprise, Bobby. If he does win, and with darts like that, he may well win.
Gavin Carlin, 126.
And Pallett's worked his way back into the leg here. Oh, that one's hanging on. He's got a dart of ball. He's just got to hope that that dart stays in. If he was to hit the ball and that dart falls out before retrieving, the shot's done. He'd have to return and finish the 57 that was on the floor. Oh, that hurts Dave. Treble 19 maybe. No, so he'd be disappointed, Dave. He got himself back in the leg.
65. Gavin Carlin, 25.
Just inside. Just
17.
outside.
David Carlin, 21.
That has been Gavin Carlin's Achilles heel, the doubles. Just regripping David Pallett.
Game shot on the first leg.
Good leg for David Pallett against the darts as well. He could be really setting himself up for what he hopes is just a drama-free day. Just go through the motions, get the job done, try and win your first 2 or 3 games, get it sealed and deal. Don't let it drag into the last couple of games of the day, and then he can relax and start thinking about finals night tomorrow. Remember, the format of finals night is 2 groups of 3. The top 2 advance to the semi-finals. 1 plays 2, and obviously 1 plays 2 for the other group. Then it's a 3rd place playoff as well, and then the top 2 contest the final. And the top 3 will advance on to a special Champions Edition, which is to be played in a few weeks' time. But importantly, you get through those groups and the semi-final, you get a tilt at the top prize.
57. 180.
Gavin Carlin with the first max of the match. With the mentioned Group B, it's looking good for Nathan Girvin. He won 4 from 4 last night. I'm not sure he won the last one. Conor Whitehead will still be having thoughts of how he lost, but great night for Girvin. Expect him to be at finals night now, unless there's a real capitulation tonight. Josh Payne's in the mix as well. He won 3 from 4. Girvin and Payne are in a great position. And they are the last match of the session tonight, so it could all be done and dusted for them by the time that game happens.
140.
Van Veen, Edgar and Whitehead all on 2 points. So that one's up in the air. That concludes from 10 p.m. tonight, but it's all about Group C throughout the morning and into the afternoon.
49. David Carl 145.
145 for Pallet. Carlin's already finished this week. Pallet may well do as well. Unlucky.
90.
Went for the treble 10.
Gavin Carlin 72.
Tops. Yeah, good dart from Gavin Carlin. So I was saying how the woes on the doubles have cost him this week. So to get rid of a combination shot like that and level up the match, just when he'd been broken as well, levels up the match. Slow start to the match, but
Gavin to throw first.
Carlin levels up. Average is steady, not spectacular. We've got a 90 for Gavin, around about 88 for David Pallett, but
180.
that'll creep up now. Gavin with his second max of the match.
$140. 96.
Yeah, good response from Pallet with the 140, but Carlin just keeping him at arm's length. There we see Carlin edging up towards a 98 average. Good switch from Pallet. Conor Whitehead did this very well last night, switching at treble 18.
86. $60.
Gavin Carlin thinking, how did I not get one in there? And he fancied himself so much to get one with the last dart, he ignored the percentage shot of trying to leave a finish.
$83.
No finish for David Pallett, so it's all about setting up for Gavin Carlin. Remember, the other 4 players in this group, Conor Heneghan, Robert Owen, Andy Jenkins, Robert Thornton.
101.
Carlin will return for a 2-1 lead. Pallet, particularly now, can apply some serious pressure. He'll stay up there.
140. Gavin
it's okay, though.
64.
To leave a single to double combination, but Carlin really neat and tidy from Gavin Carlin. That just slams the door shut on any hopes Dave Pallet had of winning that leg, because Pallet would have been thinking, I may get a chance here. But it's real neat and tidy from Gavin after woes on the doubles in the opening leg. He missed a couple.
Throw first. Game on.
He's been bob on since. 2-1. He now leads tabletop at Pallet.
140.
So David Pallet will just want to get a first few wins on the board, and it's probably done and dusted. You invite pressure, you invite drama. That's when errors and nerves creep into your game. If you can just get it all sewn up by sort of game 3 today.
$140.
Darts and legs like this are going to do him no harm. Back-to-back ton 40s, but he is going to have to find a break or throw. He broke in the first leg, but surrendered the break straight back as Gavin Carlin finds the 3rd maximum. Only in the 4th leg. Gavin's best performance of the week, 102 average and defeating Robert Owen in day one of Group 8.
100.
Just having a think, yeah, good switch in.
137. Debut car 121.
Pallet 1-2-1, but Carlin's ready to strike. And he's going to get a chance to strike because Pallet, with that wayward dart, that ends a shot, but good adjustment.
81.
Good tidy up.
120.
Pallet tops, but Carlin has had a go at this already. Going to get another go. Bullseye for 3-1.
101.
Look how close that is,
Debut
just
car
above the
40.
top wire of the ball. Pallet for 2 apiece. Pulls it low, but over to double 10. Now then, chasing doubles.
35.
And pulls it low, and
Gavin
you can see the frustration
25.
for David Pallet. Gavin Carlin, double 8 for 3-1. And it is
In
3-1,
from the
and
fourth
Gavin
leg.
Carlin,
Gavin Carlin.
after dropping the opening leg on throw, has rattled through the next 3. And tabletopper David Pallet, well, he's not going to have it all his own way, it looks like today. He's going to have to reel off 3 successive legs if he's going to get off to a winning start here. But a little bit of revenge maybe coming in for Gavin Carlin, who lost out to Pallet in the last match of yesterday. That's why it's the first match. We reversed the fixtures today.
48. $56. $83.
Next matchup is Conor Heneghan versus Robert Owen. And Conor, who
58.
will probably feel aggrieved didn't get more points from yesterday. He had match starts against David Pallet. Failed to convert.
60.
The doubles really cost Conor yesterday. Good visit from Dave. Needed that visit. Not out of this match yet. David Pallet, former UK Open semi-finalist.
180.
Well, Gavin Carlin, 4 maximums in the opening match. As I said, David Pallet, former UK Open semi-finalist. Last 32 of the Worlds. As well, beat Kim Ibrex in an epic before losing an epic to Mentor Sulovic that year.
180. Gavin
He
Carlin,
goes.
130.
Pallet finds a maximum 5 in the opening match. Just double checking. 55 remains for Gavin.
90.
There's the pressure.
Debut car 67.
Pallet, though, to keep this tie going. 67. Couple of options here. Treble 17, treble 9. Normally the 2 common ones. Or a big 3. Well, that's a mess from Dave. He'd be disappointed. Played a good leg here, Dave.
51. Gavin Carlin, 40.
Tops to Gavin. To put him up to 6 points. And it
He's shown
is
the match.
a resounding
Gavin
win
Carlin.
for Gavin Carlin. He beats tabletopper Dave Pallet, and Gavin Carlin throws himself into the mix now. Good game, good performance from Gavin. Dave Pallet played his part as well, but Gavin Carlin is up and running. 4-1, and he's now level on points with second place Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins coming a bit later on. We've got Robert Owen and Conor Heneghan coming up in our next match. Second match of 15 about to get underway. We've just seen Gavin Carlin make a great start, beating David Pallett by 4 legs to 1. Coming up now, Conor Heneghan taking on Robert Owen. Both these players on 4 points overnight. One of them will move on to 6 points. Andy Jenkins currently occupies 6, as does Gavin Carlin. Pallet on 8. But after these first round of games, this group could be very tight. It was tight anyway coming into today, but it promises to be even tighter after these first round of games. It's going to go to the wire, you feel. Can one of these two force their way into finals night? Former UK Open semi-finalist Robert Owen, who was in the opposite semi-finals of David Pallett that year. He lost out to Corey Cadby. Pallett lost to
First
Anderson.
leg is Conor to throw first.
Anderson won the tie, but it's Conor to kick things off here in match 2. He lost this reverse fixture yesterday to Robert, so looking for a bit of revenge.
46. $100.
And it was Conor who got the ball rolling yesterday. He set the standard early doors in this group. 108 average and beating Robert Thornton. But he just gradually tailed off. And the doubles were his biggest downfall. He was getting in front in games. I mean, one game he was 2-0 up. 6 starts to be 3-0. End up losing the match. Just got to keep focused throughout the tie, Conor. He actually went and played in a local competition just to try and give himself a bit of focus last night, and he actually won it.
140.
It's just a loosener, just to try and forget about the frustrations of the day.
140. Conor Heneghan 135.
And early in this leg, it seems like it's paying dividends. 85 remaining.
83.
Robert looking to leave a finish, and it's been just one big battle for Robert Owen this week. Group A didn't go to plan. It kind of salvaged something yesterday, and he's in the mix today. But he's just had that feeling he's been chasing every match this week, Robert Owen. But he'll keep battling away.
12.
And if he keeps hanging around, that is the Achilles heel of Conor Heneghan. Because 2 darts for the opening leg for Robert Owen. He'll have to go to the left of that target. Well,
25.
That was in and out. We saw it.
Conor Heneghan 40.
But he just caught the flight. He needed to go to the left hand of the target. And Hinahan, well, dodges a bit of a bullet there and takes the opening leg. But Robert Owen will be frustrated. It caught the flight and it just fell out of the double 18. So that is a 1-0 lead for
Game on.
the gentleman from the Republic of Ireland.
60. 100. 83. 42.
Yeah, not a good switch from Conor. Unlucky for Robert Owen. Yeah, this match went all the way yesterday.
$140.
In the end, by Robert Owen with some clinical finishing towards the end, but Conor had chances now. Conor lost 3 of his games 4-3 yesterday. A 4-2 win over Robert Thornton. 4-3 reverse to David Pallett. That one would have hurt as well. He had a 4-3 win against Gavin Carlin. 4-3 defeat to Andy Jenkins and a 4-3 defeat to Robert Owen. He played
96. Conor Heneghan 80.
5 matches yesterday. 35 legs possible. Played 34 of them. Played a lot of darts yesterday, Conor Heneghan.
Game shot on the
He'll
second
hope
leg. Conor
He won't be
Heneghan.
playing a lot of darts in this match. 2-0 he leads now. That's a break of throw, and that's him halfway to pick up a vital early win. And he got the ball rolling early yesterday with a great
Conor to
win.
throw first. Game
He'll
on.
hope to do the same today, but not tail off midway like he did yesterday. Robert Owen. He's got a feeling of the same old story.
140.
Not as impressive a start as yesterday, Conor.
66.
He averaged 101, but it's not too far off. 104. Sorry, 180 average against Robert yesterday. 104 he's averaging here.
57.
Seems to get out the blocks and make blistering starts, Conor.
60. 90. 100. 54. 41.
Disappointing. Sometimes he maybe needs to think about switching Robert Owen because he just tries to force it through and it's catching those flights. He used a very rigid flight as well. There's not a lot of room for deflection or movement.
100.
And Hinahan is racing to a 3-leg lead here.
$84. Conor Heneghan 60.
Does leave a finish, Robert, but it's looking like 3-0. Got a nudge right, Conor.
Game
And
shot on the
does
third
nudge
leg.
right. There was a
Conor
great
Heneghan.
camera angle of how much he had to look at. But that is a 3-leg lead for Conor Heneghan now, and he's making a blistering start just like he did yesterday. And he's 1 leg away from joining
Fourth leg,
Gavin
Robert to
Carlin
throw
and
first.
Andy
Game on.
Jenkins on 6 points. David Pallett still leads the way on 8, but lost his opening match today.
140. 100.
'You can see Robert getting frustrated. It's not
26.
happening. He catches the flight again. He sees that lot. He gets some bad deflections, Robert Owen.
$85.
So Robert Owen, a former UK Open semi-finalist, did qualify for the Players' Championship finals in Minehead a couple of occasions. Got a crack at Rob Cross on the big stage, but Rob Cross played unbelievable and he beat Robert 6-0.
60.
But Robert Owens had a couple of spells on tour, lost his tour card, got it back.
$85.
And it all clicks to gear though. Robert's some player.
$60.
But he does get frustrated. He wears his heart on his sleeve, Robert.
$43.
But if he can set up here, he can just keep this tie going. And that's a better dart. How can he use it? Yeah, this is a lot better from Robert. Comes down for the treble
127.
19. Would have left 38. Robert Owens scoring 127. Not game. And there's the pressure.
140.
So Owen,
Robert Heneghan 88.
to keep his hopes alive in his opening match here. And making it a lot more tricky, but he's rescued it. Double 16.
56.
It's the wrong side. Conor,
Heneghan
to
48.
seal what would be a dream start for him today. Legs may come into play as well, so you can win games by a decent scoreline, and it won't get any better than 4-0. He's not there yet. He is there
Game shot on
now.
the match.
Comprehensive
Conor
from Conor Heneghan in the opening match, and more frustration for Robert Owen. But Hinahan goes up onto 6 points along with Gavin Carlin and Andy Jenkins. We've got a replay there of Robert Owen's first, and that was the first leg, and it sort of set the stall for Robert Owen. But good performance, Conor Heneghan. Not as impressive a start as yesterday in terms of the average, but 4 from 8 on the doubles and a 4-0 win. You can't ask for much more, and he puts himself in the mix. 4-0 he wins. Andy Jenkins and Robert Thornton coming up next. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League, concluding Group C today. We've had a couple of matches. We've had wins for Gavin Carlin and Conor Heneghan, and I thought this group was going to be close today. I thought we'd go down to the wire, and the early results haven't changed my viewpoints. Andy Jenkins is on 6 points. Conor Heneghan's on 6 points. Gavin Carlin is on 6 points. Pallett's on 8.
First leg is handy to throw first.
Robert Owen loses game, stays on 4, but Robert Thornton with victory here, he can go on to 6 points. That'll be 4 players on 6, Pallett on 8, and it's gonna be a nervy day. Can Jenks
59
get off to a better start than did yesterday? He was involved in a bit of a shocker with Gavin Carlin with match starts galore missed, but he did defeat Robert Thornton, and he was 4 from
60.
4 on the doubles in that match. He'll be hoping for more of the same.
$59. 100.
The Jenks looking to finish in that top 2 and join
96.
Graham Escher in finals night on Saturday. The other 3 come from Group B, which concludes from 10 p.m. tonight. As always, brought to you on Sporty Stuff
30.
TV.
$58. $59.
Yeah, Robert making a slow start here. Lost out in a real high-class affair in his first match yesterday to Conor Heneghan.
79.
Averaged around the 100 mark himself, Robert, but Hinahan had too much. 108 average, so Thornton trying to hit the ground running today.
60.
He just can't find it at the minute. It is the opening leg.
150.
You won't be too concerned. Decent performance from Gavin Carlin earlier. 4 maximums in that 4-1 defeat of David Pallett.
80.
Well, he's finding it now, Robert Thornton. And there is a maximum to leave double 6 and a leg that Andy Jenkins looked in complete control of. Pressure on the 70. Double 16. And he's now 5 from 5 if you count the 4 legs yesterday as Robert Thornton. Clinical from Andy Jenkins. Thornton was waiting, hoping to get a chance after the 180 to leave double 6, but it's Andy Jenkins who strikes first here. Fancies a tilt at finals night. Is it back-to-backers?
140.
No. But a bright start to leg 2 for Robert Thornton. Jenks looking to go joint at the top with David Pallett.
100. 99.
Yeah, you will see Robert. He'll let you know when it's a poor dart. And if he has a good dart, a nod of the head, you see that. But Robert Thornton lets it be known how he's feeling on that hockey.
124.
Well, Andy Jenkins opting to switch for an 18 because he would have left a finish, and he deviates from the 18 into a 4. So
73.
A couple of loose darts from Andy here.
20.
A real loose couple of visits. A 4 in the back end of the previous visit, and then a score of 28 to leave 150, and it's giving Thornton time here. Tops for 112.
92.
Just pulls it low.
150.
And he's just started spraying Andy Jenkins here.
80. Robert Yukar 20.
Well, that wasn't anywhere near anyway. Neither's that.
12.
Andy Jenkins.
Andy Yukar 70.
Took out 70 in leg 1. He does it again here. He's got to break a throw, and this is the route he went. 20 for double 16. Robert can't look.
38.
Look again. First out, missed a double by Andy Jenkins against Robert Thornton in this Group C. Remember 100% yesterday.
Shot on the second leg.
This is one there. And Thornton gets himself on the board. Dodged a bit of a bullet there, Robert Thornton, but gets the double 4. Levels us up at 1 apiece. This is a key battle in Group C early doors. It is only match 3 of 15.
Game on.
Every game important. Every leg may be important come the business end of today.
39. 30. 59. 46.
It's a good half, Mandy. Begging to the right. Went to that
140.
right-hand side, couldn't find it. Andy Jenkins knows he's got the darts in this match.
100.
Oh, well.
13.
He's chucking in a few loose visits, Andy Jenkins. And he keeps offering Robert Thornton the chance. At some point, Robert will take it.
99.
Just needs to stay focused. Something annoying, Andy, there. Just got to get it sorted before he throws. That's a better visit.
140.
Done well there, Andy. Not letting a visit of 13 fester and play on his mind.
110.
But Thornton is hanging around. 18 for double 16.
78.
And Jenks has
Robert Yukar 86.
had a chance at double 16 in every leg. Converted it once. But Thornton, we saw Pallett do this earlier. Missed a big number.
38. Andy Yukar 32. Game
And
shot on the third
Jenks
leg.
pins
Andy
the double
Jenkins.
16 for the second time in the match and leads 2-1 now. It all got a bit sketchy in that match. Robert will be disappointed he didn't carve out an opportunity at double, but
Fourth
it
leg,
is
Robert to throw
2-1,
first.
all three
Game on.
legs on throw. Andy Jenkins leads in this third match of the day.
140. 140.
Can Jenks find a break just to give himself some breathing space? Does need one, but he won't want to rely on just holding throw all the way through.
40.
That's an opening for Andy now.
140. 137.
Good switch from Robert, but Jenks with back-to-back 140s has given himself a chance. Can he make it a hat-trick in this leg? He can.
140.
Andy Jenkins is making his move on the Robert Thornton throw here. And Thornton
60.
hasn't left it
Andy
too
O'Barr,
handy. Jenks in a
81.
great position. Treble 19 will be the starting point. He may. He's thinking about it. I think he's going to, you know. He is. Double 16. Unlucky. It was a good
65.
gamble. He may
Robert
come
O'Barr,
back.
124.
Treble 18. Can't find it. He was closer in the previous leg, but still
63.
can't find the
Andy
treble
O'Barr,
18.
16. Game
And
shot
that
on
is the
fourth
break,
leg.
and that is the
Andy
insurance
Jenkins.
policy for Andy Jenkins. Remember, he didn't need to break in this match, but he has a real comfort zone now. 3-1 he leads. He's throwing for a 4-1 win. And if he wins 4-1, it's
leg,
been a
Andy,
very
to throw
one-sided
first.
start to
Game
the day for the winners. 4-1 Carlin, 4-0 Hinahan, and it could be 4-1 Andy Jenkins. Nowhere near his best, but doing enough.
59. 140. 97. 57.
'Jenks got to use that guy. Does use it.
100.
10 just dropping his dart there. Little check from Thornton. Better.
123.
And yeah, courtesy of going in that treble one, doesn't leave a finish. Just trying to cluster all three darts in that bottom right-hand corner.
68.
Spraying. He's done that a couple of times, Andy. That'll be the only sort of clinch if he in this game. He's got to close out victory, of course. If he doesn't close out victory, that'll be the biggest clinch if he loses from 3-1 up.
95.
But Gets rid of the 7. That's a good
Robert, you're about
switch.
86.
Roberts had a crack at this already, and he didn't stay in the 18. He's done it again. He's just not finding his range on that 18, and he can't rescue it again. Andy Jenkins should get a dart. Just got to stay straight on the 20s, and that'll give him a minimum 1 at tops. Not even entertaining, really, the treble. Oh,
no score.
What's he doing?
Robert, you can't.
Busts his score. Let off for Thornton. Careless from Andy. And it's 3-2. Back on throw. Andy Jenkins has missed a trick. Should have had a match dart. Didn't get one. Busts his score on 80. Back with throw now. Thornton looking to send us to our first decider of the day. I'm sure there'll be plenty of them. This is a competitive group. Could go to the wire. I think it will go to the wire today.
100. 140.
Andy looking to respond, dropping his flight again there, so Robert just having to check.
140.
Not affecting his rhythm. Yeah, some running repairs going on here, so obviously the stem was broken, hence why the flight keeps falling out. Looks like that's what he's replaced. Andy Jenks just focusing himself.
100.
And they're trading blows in this 6th leg. Thornton has the advantage. He's got the darts, but
91.
He would have to break in the decider. Yet to see a 170 this week. I still fancy us to see one before the week's
125. Robert Ukar, 170.
Might be here. Might need to be here. It's not going to be here.
41.
And that's an opening for Andy.
136.
Even if he doesn't take the 136, 129 is awkward. He's just got to stay straight. 65 scored.
104.
Brilliant tidy up from Andy Jenkins, and unless Thornton can take the 129, he's not going to. He has deviated from target stall. He's not.
32.
He's not accurate self. So for a big win for Andy Jenkins, and he now is tied at the top with David Pallett. He gets his first win in the first match day. 4-2 beats Robert Thornton. Not pretty at times, but Andy Jenkins won't care. That is a big win. He's level with Pallett on 8 points, I should say. All 6 players have played now, but it's Andy Jenkins who beats Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. We'll be back in just a few moments' time as Group C resumes in a quest for places at finals night. 6 players have now completed their first round of games here in the final day of Group C, and it's tight at the top. Pallett and Andy Jenkins both on 8 points, but Gavin Carlin, who's coming up next, really putting himself in the mix. There we see, maybe in 4th spot, but look at the difference. Nothing in it. 2 points, a few legs. Robert Owen and Robert Thornton not out of it yet either, and Robert Owen can really put himself in the mix here. You feel he needs to win here. He blanks in his first 2 games. He can only then maximum get to 10 points. You feel he's got to win this game.
It's Robert to throw first.
And he has the advantage of throwing first. Big game incoming for Robert Owen. And for Gavin Carlin for that matter, but it's a bigger game for Robert. More margin for error for Gavin. Not a great deal left for this gentleman.
$100.
Could have been also different in match 1. Robert Owen, in the first leg, his dart fell out the
60.
double, and he seemed to just play on his mind for the remainder of the match. He went on to lose the match 4-0 to Conor Heneghan.
$85. $78.
Good dart. In the middle, Carlin finds the treble with a 3rd dart. There's just been too much spraying around from Robert Owen. Darts kicking off in different
41.
directions. But he still produced some good stuff. So if he could have just found his A game this week, he could have been... He could have blown the field away, because he's got that in him, Robert Owen. Still got a chance of making finals. And do you know what? If he did sneak his way in, you wouldn't back against him.
130.
Match number 5 of the day for Gavin Carlin. Hit 4 in his opening match against Dave Pallett. Carlin is making his move. He's going quietly about his business.
60. Gavin, your car, 62.
Tops.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Again from Gavin Carlin. Statement of intent. Breaks through in the opening leg, and it's 5 without reply for Robert Owen today now. Lost his opening match 4-0. He'll start having that sinking feeling here. There's his throw broken in the opening leg.
$134. $96. $40.
That's the dart Robert hasn't been using enough this week. He does it well here.
140.
That's better. That's more like it from Robert. When he needs more visits like that, he's going to work his way back into the group. But like I said, if he can sneak his way into Saturday, you would not bet against him. Usher's there. Nathan Gervin is almost there. He topped Group B. 4 wins from 4 last night.
$133. $85. Robert, your car, 132. $64. Gavin, your car, 144.
This would be body blow. He's at a 136 and a 145 this week, Gavin Carlin. 144 is not going to go. Good response from Robert Owen.
Robert, your car,
when things
68.
ain't going your way, it's hard to dig in, but he's dug in here. But he's got to tidy up. Double 4. Now, see, that looks awkward. Again, yeah, the expression, wow, he knows how close it is.
64.
His darts at doubles aren't doing him any favours. They're kicking in a direction that blocks the target. That one there left nothing open, and Carlin's been pretty clinical today. Expect this to go. Double 6. No.
78.
Reprieve for Robert Owen.
Robert, you
And
require 4.
double two's actually a better double for him because the way his darts kick, he won't block it if he... And straight at it, and Robert Owen deservedly levels up this match at one apiece, his first leg of the day. Good response to having his throw broken in the opening leg, getting us back on track here. A match that Robert Owen, you feel, has to win. I know it's only the second game of the day, but only on 4 points. Can't afford to drop many more today.
$43. 58. $140.
Good from Robert. Starting to get to grips with this now.
60.
Bit of head shaking from Gavin. Decent lead for Robert in this third leg. Plus these incoming.
41.
Stack attack is on the attack here.
140. 100.
Good last one. Robert forcing it through. And he'll be thinking 137.
61.
And that's breathing space for Robert Owen in this leg as he aims to go 2-1 up.
$60. 100. Robert, your car 117. $57. Gavin, your car 82.
Oh, this will hurt. Double 16 for Carlin. Brilliant finish. And Robert Owen, just when you thought he was starting to wrestle control of this match, that's a clean finish in double quick time from Gavin Carlin. Not hanging about. That's a 2-1 lead. All three legs against the darts so far.
Game on.
Carlin looking for a hold for a bit of breathing space.
100.
Seven points difference in the average in favour of Gavin Carlin. There you see. Just
60.
the one max from Gavin. It's going to be very hard for Robert Owen to qualify if he's defeated here. He can only get to 10 points.
60.
If he loses this match. And with Andy Jenkins and David Pallett already on 8. Robert knows a couple more wins for them. And he's
81.
gone. His chances of qualifying for finals night will be gone. Gavin Carlin, however, put himself in a great position.
85.
Came in today with 4 points, so he won his first game. Can move on to 8 and go joint with Andy and Dave Pallett.
80. Gavin, your car 131. 91.
Good tee-up. It's just being that little bit more clinical.
$140. Gavin, your car 40.
Good start, Carlin. One away from back-to-back victories to start the final day of Group C action, and he's putting himself in a great position, and he's adding to the woes of Robert Owen here. Owen had chances to lead 2-1, but Carlin has now got that breathing space, a 2-leg cushion. Owen needs 3 successive legs. Well, it could be the end of his Group C campaign. Not mathematically done, but it's a big, big ask if he loses this match.
115. $42. 100. 100. 100.
But Robert should
23.
force this into a sixth leg. A big lead plus these. He won't give up, Robert Owen.
100.
And he's not giving up here. Best Carlin could do is lead 156, and that's not happening. So Robert Owen.
59. Robert Yukar 86.
Double seven.
Game
Yeah, really
shot
good
on the
finish
fifth
from
leg.
Robert Owen.
Robert Owen.
A real confident leg, a comfortable hold throw. He really needed a leg like that, Robert Owen. And now, though, he has to attack the Gavin Carlin
Looks like
throw.
Gavin
He needs
can
a break of
first.
throw
Game on.
to force a deciding leg. And it's a must-win match for Robert Owen, or his chances of reaching finals are getting smaller and smaller.
96.
Got the Thorn and the Mekon up next. Pallett versus Thornton.
60.
And Andy Jenkins returns to face Conor Heneghan.
85.
Treble a visit so far, just about enough for Gavin Carlin to keep Robert Owen at arm's length.
60.
Only 60. He needs to start finding trebles, Robert Owen. He's running out of time in this match.
95. 100.
Good out.
94.
'And Gavin Carlin is going to have...
140.
Well, I said he's going to have
Gavin
time to tee up the
Carlin,
131. He still
131.
will more than likely have time. But a sloppy visit here. Well, 80 left. Yeah, and that's a good dart on tops in that
91.
situation.
Robert
You don't want to miss the
Carlin,
tops completely and go
141.
outside. You know, obviously, the best dart is to hit the tops, but he will return with 3 match darts. And he's teed this leg up really well, Gavin Carlin. Not done anything out of the
43.
ordinary, but
Gavin
just
Carlin, 40.
steady. 15 darts thrown, tops to complete victory. And that is a real neat and tidy performance from Gavin Carlin. He starts the day with 2 wins from 2. 2 defeats from 2 for Robert Owen, leaving himself lots to do. Again, Carlin with a steady-ish average, but the finishing, that's been his Achilles heel through the week, but it's been Bob on there, 4 from 8. He is now on 8 points along with Andy Jenkins and David Pallett. And speaking of David Pallett, he's coming up in our next match against Robert Thornton. overnight leader David Pallett coming your way now against Robert Thornton, but he isn't sitting as comfortably as he was coming into today. Pallett led the way on 8 points. He lost his opening match, and since then, Andy Jenkins and Gavin Carlin now have joined him on 8 points. It's getting tight at the top. Conor Heneghan is still in the mix as well, back on 6 points. He was impressive in his opening game. It's looking bleak for Robert Owen now, and it'll be a similar story for Robert Thornton if he loses here. It's going to be very difficult for them to qualify. David Pallett just needs to reassert himself, but in second spot now, dead level with Jenks. Leg difference and points, but can David Pallett get back to winning ways? His only defeat of yesterday was against Robert Thornton, so a bit of revenge as well, maybe on the mind of David Pallett. But needs to get back to winning ways. He's got the darts here and needs to make it count.
56. 100.
Good dart from Thornton. Let Andy Jenkins off the hook at times in their opening match. 4-2, that went the way of Andy.
$96.
Just spraying around. There's a lot of loose darts in Robert Thornton's game today.
27.
That's a real loose visit. Did find a 180. I found the only 180 of the match of Andy Jenkins. Saying on a couple of occasions, particularly 2 occasions I can recall when he had 86 and he couldn't even find the 18 segment. He was just spraying around, Robert, and doesn't look settled today, and he's going to have to settle quickly because
134.
4 matches left to play. Maximum he can get to is 12 points.
$100.
Good dart from David Pallett. Just looking for a holder throw here. Broken early in the opening leg against Gavin Carlin. And Gavin rattled off the next
32.
4.
David O'Carr, 154.
David Pallett, originally from Newport in Shropshire.
60.
Former England international. Based in Lincolnshire now. With his partner Bobby
100.
and his
David
2 dogs.
94.
Not sure what the dogs are called. So for argument's sake, we'll just say they're called Stephen and Colin. But Pallett
54.
T and F.
Robert
But Robert
O'Carr,
Thornton's got a chance at 108. Not happening on treble 18. At least he stayed in the 18 this time, but
84.
it's not proving fruitful for Robert
David O'Carr,
Thornton in the 18
40.
segment. It's Pallett to hit the front here. And that is a clinical dart double tops and just what David Pallett needed. He'd have felt the pressure. He'd had his throw broken early here, but he holds throw and gets in front against the former 2-time major winner in the PC, Robert Thornton. Robert's got it all to do. Reminder, 6 places available at finals night. 1 has been claimed.
100.
Graham Usher successfully navigated his way through Group A, topping the group by just a couple of legs over Josh Payne. It's looking likely Nathan Gervin will join him as well. He's won 4 from 4 in Group B. Group B resumes tonight. Gervin's top on 8 points. Payne's second on 6. The other 3 players, Van Veen and Matthew Edgar and Conor White, all have 2 points. So that's in the balance. And then 2 more
93.
players from this group will complete that finals lineup, which takes place from 10 o'clock on Saturday evening. All of it, as always, on Sporty Stuff TV.
58.
David Pallett would love to find a break just to give himself some breathing space.
98. 94. 57.
Doesn't look like he's going to get his break here, Pallet. Realistically, he's got to think big 180 here.
100. Robert your car 153.
Yeah, just dropping his dart. Andy did that. Seems to happen to Robert.
$59. 60.
Only 60 to leave.
Robert
160. Highest finish of the week. Which Robert Owen pinned yesterday. Thornton 74 trebled. 14.
54.
Should
David
return
Lucar,
unless David Pallett can emulate the heroics of Robert Owen and hit that 160. He's not going to. He's just dropped low.
65. Robert Lucar 40.
Thorn for one apiece. It's a good guide. Yeah, use that guide and makes it one apiece. Thornton up and running in this crucial match for him against David Pallett. Looking to keep his hopes alive in Group C.
Like David to throw first. Game
his
on.
faint hopes. If he is to be defeated here, it becomes very tricky for him to try and navigate his way through to
41.
Saturday. A bang of the hands from David Pallett here, and he's feeling it now, David.
99. 92. 58.
Yeah, no switch for Robert. It's getting a little bit scrappy this game now. Pallett averaging 73. Thornton averaged 77. It's got that nervy feel, but we are going to get a few games like this today. There's a lot at stake.
100. 96. 43.
Yeah, it's getting scrappy. He's feeling it, Dave. The overnight leader hasn't started well today.
135.
'It's a better visit.
Better
that, a lot better from David Pallett. Needed that as well. Gets him back in the leg. Will he get a go? He may not. Double 18.
77.
Oh, what a move. Great effort from Robert Thornton. This would be a massive holder throw for David Pallett. Fair play to him. Credit to David Pallett. He was starting to unravel in that leg. The head was shaking. He was becoming despondent. But the back end of the leg, a 140, then an 85 in 5 darts. Pallett holds throw 2-1 in movement. Massive leg for Pallett.
96. 97. 42.
Could really eliminate some drama from this match if Pallett can break.
100. 97.
Decent switch from Robert. Just keeps him out in front. Forcing it through. And forces another one through. Good visit. From the Mekon, David Pallett.
99. David Ducar 164.
We saw Nathan Gervin almost hit this early doors yesterday. Pallett, he may just tee up, you know. Yeah, I think it's sensible play.
124.
You've got to be able to
Robert
read a
Ducar,
match, and
167.
really, there's no indication this is going to go. As I say that, unlucky Robert.
139.
It was a calculated
Ducar,
risk, and it's
40.
one that if Pallett hits 40 has paid off. But he did miss three at doubles at a key moment in the
Shot on the
previous
fourth
match, not
leg.
on this
David
occasion. 3-1 David Pallett looking to extract some revenge. Remember, his only defeat was to Robert Thornton yesterday, but he's put himself in a great position, and he will now throw for the match. $100. Yeah, and Robert's becoming more and more despondent as the game goes on. It just hasn't clicked for him today or yesterday, really. His best performance was against Pallet.
$125.
See the look on Pallet's face, the grimace. He enjoyed that visit, edging closer. I was just about to say he's got a lead of 180.
140.
Almost just disappeared, but still leads. It's Pallet's to lose, but he's got to be clinical from here on in. Get it done here. Get it done 4-1 as well. Help the legs.
56.
No treble. Just shy of the 100, the gap. Good adjustment from Robert.
70.
Again, sprays back into the 5, and it has been that sort of day for Robert Thornton, been very stop-start. Pallet desperate for a treble, gets one. He'll have another one.
100.
He's settled for that. Only a 140 will really pressure the 120. And he can't deliver.
David Ducar 120.
I was just about to say, if Pallet does need to come back, which he's going to, the setup's got to be good. And it's not looking great so far. That's
80.
a really good last start. Sigh of relief for Pallet. And unless Thornton takes the 146, which he's not going to, this could be a massive 2 points for Pallet as he's edging closer to finals night on Saturday. Tops for a 4-1 victory. Double 10. And he does finish the job. Big win for David Pallett. He shakes the head, but he has too much of Robert Thornton. Massive win as Pallett returns to summit. He's top of the table again on 10 points. Thornton got a lot of work to do now. 4 points with only 6 more to play for. He could only finish on 10. It's looking a tough task for Thornton. Looking good for Dave Pallett. He tops the table now with 3 games left to play. But coming up next, the chasing pack. Conor Heneghan takes on Andy Jenkins. resume now with match number 6. David Pallett returned to the top of the table there. He was looking a bit sketchy at one point midway through that match, Robert Thornton, but went through the gears and clinched it 4-1. But now it's the return of the chasing pack. Conor Heneghan and Andy Jenkins. Jenkins can go tied with Pallett. Obviously with victory here, but Conor can then tie it all up between him, Gavin and Andy Jenks with victory. This is a big game for both. Andy Jenks knows it's a chance to put clear daylight between him and Conor. And then he still has Gavin Carlin to play. It's all in Andy Jenks' hands. But he's got to hold up his end of the bargain. Looking bleak for Robert Thornton and Robert Owen. But
First leg is Conor to throw first.
Big match incoming. He's got the darts. He lost 4-3 to Andy Jenkins yesterday. He was in control at that time, surrendered a third leg. Can he extract some revenge here?
30.
Oh, poor start.
$59. $100.
Yeah, so first treble goes to Conor Heneghan.
180.
First max goes to Andy Jenkins. His victory against
93.
Robert Thornton, 4-2 earlier on. 85 and a bit average. The doubles was good, up about 57%. He's been finishing well, Andy, the back end of yesterday.
180.
And it was after a shocking start on the doubles as well, because he missed loads of match starts against Gavin Carlin, but he's getting stuck into young Conor here now. 82, potential 11 dart leg, but doesn't need to go. 17. Tops for a 12 dart leg. Brilliant opener from Andy Jenkins. He's in the mood, Andy. He fancies a spot in that top 2. He fancies top spot, doesn't he? But that is a big statement of intent. A 12 dart breaker throw. Hits the front against Conor Heneghan. He took a while to get going against Conor yesterday. Trailed 2-0. Should have gone down 3-0. But eventually won the match 4-3. And it's just not, surely not.
140.
Match number 3.
$60.
He's all over that red bit at the minute, Andy.
81.
Better from Conor.
140.
His first 2 treble visit of the match. Good
80.
switch from Andy Jenkins. And there's a real risk that if Andy wins this game, him and David Pallett will slowly start pulling away. Gavin Carlin will have his say. Carlin back in a few games' time against Conor, actually. Robert Thornton returns in our next match against Robert Owen.
95. Conor Heneghan, 161.
Round about 10 to 12, the big match. Andy Jenkins possibly versus David Pallett. But then
87.
Pallett and Jenkins probably,
105.
just thinking top 2, not finishing top. So in terms of them playing each other, it's just a battle for a bit of bragging rights.
55.
Just want to stay in
Conor
that top spot.
74.
But Conor has a chance to level up here. 1 dart. Looking to the left of it, surely. And hits it. Good response to having his throw broken in the opening leg. And Andy Jenkins all over that red bit early in this match. But Conor Heneghan works his way into the tie. Levels up, couple of breaks exchanged.
Conor to throw first. Game on. $135.
Good visit, Conor. Bit of a lungy action, a lot more natural the Andy Jenkins throw.
97. $45. 135.
2 treble visit for Andy Jenkins. This is a big game. More so for Conor. So it's good that he responded well in that second leg, and he's responding here.
140.
Can't quite find the max.
$99.
Leaves the big fish, Andy Jenkins 170. Yet to see one this week. And it may have to go here.
145. Andy Carl 170.
From Conor. Bullseye for the 170. And I said we'd see one this week, and we've just witnessed the biggest shot of them all. Andy Jenkins with a 170 in the ball. Conor watching on after the great setup, but Andy Jenkins makes it 3 consecutive breaks of throw. What a hit from the Jenks.
$99. $85.
Andy Jenkins used his afternoon off yesterday. I saw him. He won't like me telling people this. In the Southampton club shop, looking at the tops. Everybody thinks he's a Pompey fan. He's kept that one quiet.
$85.
Certainly firing on all cylinders here, Andy Jenkins. This is as good as I've seen him. Average 107 and a bit at the minute. Hinahan's contributing as well. He's 97, but at the minute,
95.
He's got to weather this storm. But amongst this, Conor Heneghan stayed in the tie. Yeah, and it's a shake of the head from Conor. He just can't believe how prolific Andy Jenkins is at the minute.
$83. Andy O'Quan 97.
Yeah, just rejigging, but he's probably got 6 at this. Mind you, Conor thought he's probably going to have darts to go 2-1 up, and he didn't.
57.
Jenks
Conor
tees up.
153.
Can Hinahan reply? Saw a 154 from Conan yesterday. 153 had a shot.
99. Andy O'Quan 40.
This is where Jenks got to be clinical. He's 2 from 2 on the double so far. Haven't seen a dart missed at a double yet. There's the first one. Surely he won't want to undo his good work here, Andy. He has done.
Conor O'Quan 54.
He's letting Conor off the hook here. Playing some of his best stuff, Andy Jenkins, but not pulling away and not making the dominance count. And Conor Heneghan levels up again. 4 legs played, 4 breaks of throw. Andy Jenkins just can't get rid of Conor. And we're a level game here. It went to a last leg decider yesterday. We could be heading out again here. 2-2. Conor enjoyed that one. This is some game. It's bringing out the best in the pair of him.
140. $85. $135. $95.
Just sprays into the treble 5.
$81. Conor O'Quan 141.
How frustrated he is, Andy. He missed a big trick in that last leg. Conor, though.
52. Yeah, Andy O'Quan 145.
It offers a chance at the 145, Andy Jenkins, but it's no foregone conclusion. It go over 25 here.
105.
Conor takes his 89. Is this trend of breaks a throw going to continue? 20 for the ball, treble for double 5. Double 5 for our first hold.
79. And you require
Adrenaline rush
40.
there. So Jenks, this is the double. Let him down in the previous leg. Can he right the wrong? He has.
Shot on the fifth
And
leg.
it is another
Andy
breaker
Jenkins.
throw. Can Andy Jenkins finally find a holder throw here and close out what being a massive victory in context of qualification
Sixth
for
leg,
finals
Sandy to
night?
throw first.
Conor Heneghan's battled
Yeah.
well. He's battled back every time he's been broken. He needs to do it again here. Still no hold to throw. Finds the
135.
treble. Andy would have been disappointed if he hadn't found at least the second treble there because the first dart was perfect.
64.
Yeah, not enough for Hinahan. And his chances of qualification are slipping away, shaking ahead.
180.
And Jenks enjoyed that one. We don't see that from him much, but third max of the match. Averaging up towards 109, Andy Jenkins.
42.
Well, slight blip. Conor's not going to leave a finish.
60. Andy O'Carr 144.
Time for Andy Jenkins. He'll take a straight turn.
100.
Gets a straight turn. Match darts incoming. And Conor, even a max 137 is still a tricky leave.
180.
But he's given himself the
Andy
best
Brown,
chance.
44.
We saw Nathan Girvin hit a 137 to save himself yesterday, but Conor may not get a chance. He doesn't get a chance.
Andy
That's a great
Jenkins.
performance from Andy Jenkins. His best performance of the week, sportingly acknowledged by Conor Heneghan. Conor knows how well Andy played there. Look at that. Just shy of 104 average. Conor played his part as well. The highlight, the 170 finish. But Andy Jenkins draws himself top, joint top with Dave Pallett, and it's looking like Jenks and Pallet are making their way to finals. But Gavin Carlin will have his say as well. Conor's still got an outside chance, but it's all still to play for in Group C. We continue in just a few moments' time. game of the week so far we've just witnessed. What a matchup between Conor Heneghan and Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins with a 170 in there, an average of around about 103 in a 4-2 victory over Conor, and it was a big win as well in context in the group. Andy Jenkins tied at the top. But for these two, it's a completely different story. Their hopes are slender anyway. The loser of this match is done. They just has to play out the last two games. They can still have an impact, but the loser, his week at Champions Week is over. They play the last remaining two games. But even the winner's got a big ass. The leg difference ain't great either. But just look how important that victory was for Andy Jenkins. All players have now played 7 matches. Pallett and Jenkins still in a good position. Gavin Carlin, waiting to pounce. Conor still got a chance as well.
Robert Thornton to throw first.
It's a big ask for these two. Thornton to get us underway in the Battle of the Roberts.
100.
We've got Gavin Carlin coming up next. If he loses to Conor Heneghan, David Pallett and Andy Jenkins the following game, they'll be feeling fairly relaxed about the situation.
59.
Just looking at Robert Owen's right arm there. Reminds me I need to record tattoo fixes
100.
to watch when I get home. Only joking, Rob.
100. 121.
And look at the deflection for Robert Thornton. We've seen, well, particularly Robert Owen get some awful deflections, and it's kind of set the tone for him today. The first leg of the day to break through, he fell out of double 18, and it just hasn't managed to go. It hasn't happened for Robert Owen. Everything has been a chore.
60. 26. Robert, your car, 120.
Can't force it through, but Thornton in no
60.
danger in this opening leg. He's been a bit hard on himself at times, Robert. That's okay, a score of 60 when you're on 120 and your opponent's on 256. Give yourself a break, Robert.
60. Robert, your car, 60.
Yeah, good leg. Robert Thornton holds throw in this must-win match for him to keep his slim hopes alive, as it is for Robert Owen, but he strikes first. Robert Thornton leads the way
Robert
here
Owen
by
to throw
legs nil.
first. Game on.
4-0. Robert Owen won this tie yesterday. Won't be winning it 4-0 today.
100. 100. 60.
Yeah, and he's just looked very despondent at times, Robert Owen, today. He's trying, but it's just not coming off for him, and Robert Thornton looking to compound his misery. Can't find the max. Would have been the first one of this match.
97. 95.
Owen hanging on here. Just like that dart hanging on.
140.
Good dart from Robert Owen. He was brave going there because that didn't look like it was in the board with any sort of conviction, but he took the chance. 63 remains.
133.
Robert
Owen.
104. 104 to give himself a foothold. It'll be only a hold of throw as well. Chance though, double 12.
92.
Pulls it low.
Robert, your car, 50.
10 for tops.
Game
And
shot
that
on
is
the
clinical,
second leg.
and that
Robert
is a breaker
Thornton.
throw and a 2-0 lead for Robert Thornton over Robert Owen. He's put himself in a commanding position, and Robert Owen is heading closer and
Robert
closer to the
Thornton
trap
to throw
door.
first. Game on. 100.
Good dart from Thornton. Bit of bouncing Robert Thornton here. Playing well. 97 a bit average. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. It's a good start.
100. 140. 43.
Can't quite find it. It's a big weekend in the darting calendar. Obviously, the online darts like Champions Week comes to conclusion.
100.
The race for the world match play is going on as well. Robert Thornton played in it many a time. Only ever managed to pick up 1 win. And that 1 win was against the gentleman we see later on tonight, Josh Payne.
161.
What a sportsman Josh is. For someone as successful as Robert Thornton's been, it just didn't happen at Blackpool.
91.
Beaten to nil on a couple of occasions. Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis. He's beaten to nil by Robert Owen yesterday as well, but looking for
180.
role reversal here, but Robert Owen hangs around in the leg. But it may be irrelevant. First dart missed a double for Thornton.
30.
And another one. So chance for Robert Owen, all because of that maximum. And that is frustrating because now he has to find treble 19. We expect it to be treble 19. He finds it. Good recovery. Can he complete the recovery?
68.
He can.
Robert Yukar, 40.
Over to double 10 for Thornton. No one here. Just refocusing. This big dart. Yeah, missed doubles.
20.
And after not
Robert
missing
Yukar,
a dart,
10.
a double before coming into this leg, Robert's now missed 5 in this leg. Robert Owen to half the deficit. He does, gets on the board, and
Robert Owen.
that 180 just to get himself back in the leg, and he pounces on the errors from Robert Thornton on the doubles and back on throw. Now 2-1. Thornton leads Owen in this must-win match.
Fourth leg, Robert Owen to throw first.
To keep
Game on.
slender, and I stress slender, hopes of making the finals alive.
$100. 96. 121.
Good visit from Robert Owen. Keep chipping away. I'll give him his due. Hasn't gone to plan, but on the odd occasion I've bumped into him in the back room. He's been in good
100.
spirits. That's a good value, Robert Owen. Makes me laugh without even trying to. Split the difference.
78.
Right in the middle. Thornton
81.
getting frustrated.
$100.
Can't stack on top, but looking odds on to go to a piece here, unless Thornton, well,
180.
spoke too soon.
Robert Yukar, 102.
First max for Thornton, and the last leg changed on a maximum from Robert Owen. Is it going to turn this leg? That's unlucky. Yeah, shake of the head. Very unlucky.
62. Robert Yukar, 44.
Just next door. Thornton. It was the doubles that caused him problems in the last leg. Same here, or not? No.
Team
3-1.
fourth
Thornton
leg.
restores the
Robert
break,
Thornton.
restores the 2-leg cushion. Looking for his first win of the day. To take him up to 6 points, just to keep his slight
This
chances
leg,
alive.
Robert Thornton to throw first. Game on. $42. 100. 59. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 78.
Good last one from Robert Owen. Just starting to get a little bit frustrated, a little bit despondent, but keep chipping away. He knows his race isn't running this game yet, but it's edging closer.
$80. 81.
He does give himself a hard time, Robert Thornton, doesn't he? He'll never change. But that quest for perfection, that's why he's been such a successful player. 3 major wins, 2 in the PDC.
99.
And the match starts likely to come his way, and unless he doesn't say straight or does what Andy Jenkins did earlier and scored 80 rather than finishing 80.
60. Robert Yukar, 80.
Great position for Thornton. Finishes the job and ends the hopes of Robert Owen of reaching finals night. It's just not happened for Robert Owen this weekend, but Robert Thornton keeps his slim chance alive. 4-1, he completes victory there. Is he averaged pretty good, 90. The missed doubles from Robert all came in the one leg, really, so that's why his check-up percentage is, well, it's still pretty good, but should have been higher. But good win. Thornton wins 4-1. Hinahan and Carlin coming up in a few moments' time. Welcome back to Sporty Stuff TV. We're getting now to the business end of Group C. Robert Owen's gone. He's the only confirmed player who now cannot qualify for finals night on Saturday and join that field with Graham Usher. But the remaining 5 players still have a chance. And one player who's got a real big chance is this gentleman, Gavin Carlin. He started well today. 2 wins from 2. And he is knocking on the door of levelling on points with Jenkins and Pallet. Hinahan can do Jenkins and Pallet a big favour here and give them a little bit of breathing space with victory. That's our next match as well, which could be a biggie. But Gavin Carlin looking to continue this great start to the day. He's got the darts as well. He lost out marginally to Conor yesterday in the last leg decider. Can he keep the winning streak going? He gets us underway.
100. 96. 57. 81. 57.
No treble for Gavin Carlin. And this is where the pressure maybe ramps up, because Gavin Carlin's played himself into a great position, but then is starting to think about
60.
The situation. But he did get a much needed win over David Pallett to start the day. He's still got Andy Jenkins to play. That's his final match of the day. How important
58.
could that be? Sandwiched in there is a game with Robert Thornton. First and foremost, he's got to deal with the threat of Conor Heneghan, who was involved in the match of the week against Andy Jenkins.
100.
4-2 it went the way of Jenks. 103 average. A 170 finish as well. Conor averaged 90, well, almost 96. He was 2 out of 3 on doubles. He hit 2 maximums. It's a game that had everything.
64. 94. 30. Conor, you require 70.
Despondent there, Carlin. And this leg, it looks like it's going the way of Conor. It's not a disaster. 18 for tops. Even if it got in a 4, Carlin not on a finish. It's looking like a real comfortable holder throw.
50.
He's going to return. Break a throw, sorry. Gifted. Get many chances to break in 7 visits. Well, Conor's going to return for a 7th visit of the leg. He
40.
may even be afforded 8
Conor,
if he needs them. He'll hope not. And he doesn't need an 8th visit. That is all a little bit too comfortable for Conor Heneghan as he breaks in leg 1. He needs to keep winning. He'll be tied with Gavin on 8 points if he can win here. And with still having Dave Pallet to play, still got a good chance. Conor Heneghan just has to keep winning it, as simple as that.
100. 84. 62. 97. 100.
Just get the feeling it's going to be one of them sort of games. Scrappy, but just about getting the job done. And that's what it is now. We are getting to the latter stages.
81.
This is match 8 of 15. The big one next, Andy Jenkins versus David Pallett. Rocky v the Mekong.
97. 90.
Yeah, and he's
Gavin
Carlin, this is the most emotion I've seen from him. He's frustrated because he's played himself into a great position and he's doing all his good work here with a very substandard performance so
62.
far.
Gavin Carlin 149.
But this could ignite his performance. He's averaging in the 60s. But if he pulls this out the bag, it's no harm done. He's level.
$97. Conor Heneghan 80.
Really neat and tidy from
Hinahan.
Conor Heneghan. And that's a 2-leg lead. And adding to the woes of Gavin Carlin early in this match. Consolidates the break 2-0. He leads.
Throw first. Game on.
Gavin has to respond. He's been good today. This is a real flat performance so far. Needs to kick into gear.
60. $45. $100. $96. $43. $58.
It's a slow burn of this game, to say the least, and Carlin is getting frustrated. He's just trying to regroup here. Conor shaking his head in the background. He knows how poor it is, but the important thing is the scoreline. Conor Heneghan leads 2-0.
$138.
And if Conor goes and completes victory here, Andy Jenkins facing David Pallett, the winner is as good as there.
58. Conor Heneghan 164.
Another one of them for bullseye, or will he just set up?
124.
Yeah, he does set up a sensible play. You're just inviting problems if you miss the ball, and then pressure comes.
59. Conor Heneghan 40. Game shot on the third leg.
That is a third consecutive leg, but key, that is a second break. He's got Gavin Carlin right where he wants him and could inflict the first defeat of the day on Gavin Carlin. And it could be a very damaging defeat as well, because not just losing, but the scoreline as well. And it looks like Gavin may have to rely on legs to get himself through now, so he's going to have to be pretty perfect in his remaining 2 games. Get into the nitty-gritty. Every leg counts. Hinahan bouncing back from what was an incredible display against Andy Jenkins, but Jenks just had too much.
140. $22. $43. $140. $55.
Conor eager to get it done here.
100.
Good last one. Don't leave a finish, but a really good last one, because he's nowhere near on the first 2.
133.
Slowly starting to find it now. Finally creeps his average into the 70s. That's how poor it's been from Gavin. And he's been very good today.
64.
Didn't see this performance
Gavin
coming.
Carlin 130.
But this is a chance to get one of the breaks back. Won't do it here.
85. Conor Heneghan 127.
Bullseye. And
Game shown in the match,
127 in
Conor Heneghan.
game. Conor Heneghan wraps up a 4-0 victory and a real substandard performance from Gavin Carlin. And just when he needed to find his best stuff, because he could have really put himself in the equation, he left himself a lot of work to do now. Carlin goes down 4-0, and not pretty, but Conor won't mind. 4 from 7 on the checkout, and an 83 and a bit average. He gets the job done. And we move on now. The top 2 clash as David Pallett takes on Andy Jenkins. big game incoming here, battle of the top two, and the victor will as good as book their place in finals night alongside Graham Usher on Saturday night. David Pallett and Andy Jenkins locked at the top of the table, both on 10 points, and that defeat for Gavin Carlin in the previous match could be very damaging. Not just the defeat, but losing 4-0 as well. He can now only get to 12 points. So win here. We'll see Pallet, Andy Jenkins, like I said, as good as into the finals on Saturday evening. Still a chance for Conor Heneghan. Outside chance for Robert as well.
First like it's Andy to throw first.
But it's Andy Jenkins, who was on fire in his last outing against Hinahan, starting proceedings here.
140.
Match of the week. The match between Conor and Andy last time out. Averages 100 plus for Andy, 96 for Conor. There was a 170 in there as well. Had a little bit of everything.
85.
Just a one holder throw as well. 5 breaks and a hold. Exciting game, but it went the way of Andy Jenkins.
95.
And it's teeing up his charge to top Group C. $180. 100. 83. Look at the deflection. Pallet. On a finish though.
98. David Carl 153.
But Jenkins takes out to a 2-darter. Not going to take the 153, but he can set up. He'll probably go up to the 18s now.
39.
Went for the ball, bounced
Andy
out.
requires 68.
Jenkins can relax slightly easy on this 68 now. Double 4. And it's Andy Jenkins who strikes first. Hold the throw in leg one in this battle of the top two. Pallet found a 180, but Jenkins withstood that and gets rid of the 68 and 2 darts and hits the front, edging closer to finals night.
$140.
A good visit from Pallet.
$140.
Followed by Jenks. Jenks really clicked into gear today. He's found his best stuff. He had a shocker of a start yesterday, losing to Gavin Carlin.
$140. $180.
Max number 2 of the match. This one goes to Andy Jenkins. And they are playing like the top two, aren't they? It's a really good start to the match.
$60. $100. David Carl 161.
Treble 17.
99. And you require 81.
A bit of mind games here. Andy Jenkins is confused why David Pallett declined the option.
57.
Did it have an
David
impact?
62.
David Pallett treble 10 for double 16. Confused Andy Jenkins, that set of play from Dave. And he gets the leg, one leg apiece. Jenks had 2 darts for 2-0. David Pallett approach on 81 as well, Andy Jenkins, but we are level. Top 2, level on points, level on legs in this match. 6 more games to come after the conclusion of this one. But the league table really starting to take shape now.
$56. 85. 59.
Pallet at some point has to find a break in this match. Remaining 6
100.
fixtures following the conclusion of this one. Gavin Carlin versus Robert Thornton next. Robert Owen, Andy Jenkins, Conor Heneghan, Dave Pallett. Andy Jenkins, Gavin Carlin, Conor Heneghan versus Robert Thornton. And David Pallett ends the day
58.
against Robert Owen. And he won't want to go into that needing a win. He'll want to have it sewn up by then. He could pretty much sew it up if he beats Andy here, but just seems to be chasing throughout this
59.
match, David Pallett.
$100. Andy Lucar, 160. $140.
And sets up. He's just proving very solid on his own throw, Andy, here. Had chances to break.
94. Andy Lucar, 20.
Picks up the double 5, edging closer. 2-1. Jenks leads over David Pallett. Comfortable holder throw. He did the double 5 to come into play, but it's over to David Pallett. His darts now. Pallett lost his first match against Gavin, won his next match against Robert. Can really make life easy for himself if he wins this game.
55.
Pallett beat Andy 4-0 yesterday with a 97 average, so
97.
Jenkins already bettered his performance from yesterday.
$100. $60.
Not being as prolific on the treble today, David Pallett. Maybe just thinking about getting the job done, wanting to do
94.
it in the first couple of games, but he has to be patient. Still in a great position, David Pallett.
140.
Andy Jenkins is making his move in this match. Averaging 13 points more than David Pallett, Andy Jenkins.
43.
And that is max number 2 for Andy Jenkins. And the breaker throw is imminent here. He had chances to break on double 12 in leg 2. Fluffed his lines. But this time he gets 3 straight.
39.
Yeah, not happening for Pallet. Does leave the 170, which Jenks already hit today, but he probably won't get a go. Jenks gets the double 12 and is edging ever closer to finals night on Saturday. Graham Escher, as I've said throughout the day, already there. Andy Jenkins is almost there now as well. Complete victory here.
Looks like Andy to throw first. Game on.
A mention of Group B as well. Nathan Gervin is sitting in prime position. 4 from 4. Josh Payne, 3 from 4. And then the remaining 3 players, Gian Van Veen, Conan White and Matthew Edgar, all on 2 points. All to play for. That's from 10 o'clock tonight on Sporty Stuff TV. But let's keep our focus on this group. And Andy Jenkins is putting in some performance today. Beat Thornton. Beat Hinahan. Looks like he's going to beat Pallett.
140. $140.
Not happy with that, Dart. Credit David Pallett. Still in this match.
38.
Another one of them be handy.
134.
Great response from David Pallett having his throw broken. 87 after 9 darts thrown. And that's why these two are the top two.
130.
Give up, they keep chipping away. 20 for Paul. Double 5. Some leg from David Pallett.
David Pallett.
Despondent after having his throw broken, but that's a 12-dart leg to break straight back. And Andy Jenkins waiting on a 2-darter, hoping for a go, doesn't get one. We are back on throw. And the top two serving up a treat here.
100. $60. $60.
Only 60. Lead of a ton for Pallet. Now Jenks fires in. Maximum number 3.
$56.
Yeah, and that is advantage. Jenks now. Won't give up Pallet, but
60.
Yeah, Jenks getting frustrated because he's not putting Dave Pallet away here. Pallet's resilient. Former UK Open semi-final, England International. He's going to fight.
55.
Jenks knows as well as
100.
anybody. It's not over till it's over. Just ask Mark Dudbridge.
60.
But
Andy Ricard 101.
Dave Pallet again. He's had a couple of unlucky bounce outs, but Jenks has been the better player. Finished the job.
85. David Ricard 170.
Now looking to emulate Andy Jenkins and hit a 170. Jenks did it earlier. He's Conor Heneghan. Pallet's not going to do it here, but a couple of treble 19s with his next port of call. No, going for the ball. And just has to rely on mistakes.
16.
He doesn't get mistakes. David Pallett suffers yet another defeat, and Andy Jenkins is as good as in finals night. Great performance on the Jenks, 100+ average again. He's really turning the screw in Group C, isn't he? He's been the best player today, Andy Jenkins. He's racing to that top spot and that place in finals night alongside Graham Measure. He's almost there, Jenks. Still a bit more to do. Dave Pallett in a great position as well, but Jenks takes top spot for now. He beats Dave Pallett 4-2. And we'll be back in a few moments' time. We've got Gavin Carlin taking on Robert Thornton. big step towards finals night here in Champions Week for Andy Jenkins. He's top of the table, 12 points. One more win will certainly put him there. He may have enough already. Gavin Carlin still in the equation. Robert Thornton, slight chance. Conor Heneghan waits well. Robert Owen can't make it to the playoffs, but David Pallett. How damaging will that defeat be to Andy Jenkins? Only time will tell. He's lost out to Gavin Carlin and Andy Jenkins. David Pallett. His remaining fixtures are against Conor Heneghan and Robert Owen. He's still got a great chance of making it through, but Jenks is almost there.
First seconds, Gavin to throw first.
Graham Escher.
Game on.
The one confirmed participant in finals night. 6 spots available, 5 remain.
45.
Can Robert Thornton make a late surge?
100.
Probably needs to win and win a couple of these games pretty big as well.
43. 46.
Slow start here though. Gavin Carlin really underperformed in his last
99.
match against Conor Heneghan. 4-0 he lost.
100. 60. 180.
Yeah, Carlin averaged just over 71 in his match earlier. Probably his worst performance of the week. Well, it is his worst performance of the week.
100. Robert Yukon,
Not the worst
75.
time, just when his campaign was gathering up a bit of pace.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
That is a really clinical opening leg for Robert Thornton. Has he left it too late, or is Robert Thornton going to make a late charge here? He was convincing in his last outing.
First, game on.
It's Robert Owen, and he started brightly here. Break a throw.
100. 15.
Carlin with a visit of 15. He's really unraveling Gavin Carlin. And Robert Thornton just not happy as he hits a 180. Shaking hands, where have you been all day? He doesn't hit one. Why haven't I hit one? Tough man to please, Robert. But secretly he must be pleased how this game's going so far.
140. 60. Robert Yukon, 81.
And he's leaving Gavin high and dry. And I said, Gavin Carlin.
Game shot on the second leg. Robert Thornton.
Well, he's not being allowed to perform here, but his average is very low again. But Thornton is blowing him out the water here. 111 average, Robert Thornton, 2-leg lead. There we see, Carlin just hasn't got going. And is he...
180.
Suffering a hangover from the previous match. Well, that may just kickstart him. Good visit from Gavin Carlin.
48. 41.
And then back with a 41, but still got a decent cushion, Carlin. Needs to get a foothold. Hasn't won a leg since
55.
his second game of the day. Was whitewashed against Hinahan. He's lost his last 5 legs. 6 legs.
96.
So needs to stop that rot. And he's well on his way here. This is a good response.
121.
From Gavin.
128.
And the pace is good from Gavin Carlin. 12 darts thrown, 56 remaining. Good leg.
140.
Much
Gavin
needed leg as
Carlin,
well.
56.
16 for tops. For a hold. Good guide. Use
Game
it.
shot on the
Good
third
response
leg.
from Gavin Carlin. He had a bit of a shocker in his opening 2 legs, so to find a 15 dart leg and a really clinical one gets him on the board, stops that run of 6 consecutive legs against him.
Fourth leg
Carlin,
is Robert to
well
throw
and truly in this
first.
tie
Good
now. Only 1 breakdown, has the darts as well, so and his eyes will light up with that first dart of Thornton's.
78.
Not so much that one. Maximum again.
$140.
It's a good response from Gavin. Well and truly in the mix, remember, for a spot in finals night.
95.
Can make things really awkward for David Pallett if he picks up a victory here.
180.
Another max. 5 in the match. We're not even in the 4th leg.
30. Robert Yukar 103.
Treble 17. Treble 10. Treble 14 options. Yeah, good setup from
67.
Robert Thornton. That's all he needed to do.
$60. Robert Yukar 36.
36. And he opens up the 2-leg cushion. Thornton on the brink of back-to-back victories. He beat Robert Owen last time out. He's 3-1 up on Gavin Carlin, and this is doing serious damage to Gavin Carlin's charge to clinch a spot in finals night. How can he respond? He needs to respond with 3 consecutive legs.
134.
Hanging in there.
$134.
Decent switching.
$59.
Thornton eager to get the job done here. I said he needed some big wins. Well, he'd take 4-1. To be fair, he'd take any win, but...
60. $95.
Yeah, Gavin's been more... Well, I say there's been more negative body language from Gavin today than there has been during the whole week. Keeps it in check. Thornton fires in maximum number 4. The average getting up towards 108 and a bit. We're getting up towards 109, 108 and a half for Robert Thornton.
68. Robert
127.
127.
Treble 19. Treble 16. Treble
59.
Gavin
Carlin 145.
He may come back, though Carling has finished this week already. Not going to do it here. Treble 20 will leave it handy.
50.
No good. Thornton
68.
to finish the job. Double 4 does finish the job, and that is a very damaging defeat for Gavin Carlin. Robert Thornton playing himself back into the equation. 4-1 win, and what a performance as well. 104.5 average, and the 180s from Robert Thornton 4. Gavin had 2 himself, but he started the match too slow, and Carlin now has suffered back-to-back defeats, but it's Robert Thornton who's on the march. 4-1, he beats Gavin Carlin. Tabletopper Andy Jenkins coming up next as he takes on Robert Owen. Andy Jenkins, table topper, looking to consolidate that top spot here and book his place in finals. Like he's taken on Robert Owen. Robert Owen now playing for pride. He cannot get through to the finals night, but still looking to end on a high. He can get a couple of victories, but Andy Jenkins there, you see, he wins here. He is confirmed because he's got an unassailable gap over Conor Heneghan in third spot. He's pretty looking good anyway, but this would seal the deal. Remember, top two go through, and the 6-point gap if he wins here over Conor.
Looks like it's Robert to throw
cannot
first.
Be caught.
Game on.
Robert to get us underway, looking to end Group C on a positive. Can he do that? He's played in spells, Robert, but he'll know he's been a little bit unlucky.
100. $140. 100.
And Jenks looking to just keep the fine run of form. He was impressive against Pallet, 102 average, but his real impressive performance was in the match prior to that against Conor Heneghan. Average 104, but there was a 174 out of 8 on the checkouts. 3 180s, and he's clicked into gear at just the right time today, Andy Jenkins. But could be find himself going one behind 75. Here. Well, Robert Owen will return for double three. Most players not keen on going down the bottom of the board, but
140.
Robert Owen, the way his darts land, he lands below the double three. He should be able to just sit nicely on top. Or yeah, there we see. Doesn't block the target.
Game shot on the first.
Gives him a clear shot at double three. Opening holder throw for Robert Owen. Like I said, looking to salvage some pride. Couple of wins to end the day. And something to work with. Robert Owen is actually off to the Pro Tours in Barnsley in the PDC for Sunday and Monday. Including Saturday. He was hoping to be part of finals night. He's not going to be. But he can just have a relaxing journey up tomorrow. Try and find some of the form we know he's capable of. And if he can get a couple of wins, he can take
41.
The positives from these last two games into the Pro Tour.
85. 81. 99.
Switches down, Andy, and already open up a healthy lead. Run you through what we've got left today. Conor Heneghan, David Pallett. That's a big match coming up
100.
next. Then Andy Jenkins returns to end his campaign. Is Gavin Carlin. Thornton versus Conor. And then Robert Owen in the final match of the day against Dave Pallett. And if Pallett doesn't beat Conor Heneghan, that could be a pressure match for David. Still plenty more twists and turns expected. One thing we do expect, Andy Jenkins to confirm his spot.
100.
Still needs one more win to guarantee it. Like to get it done here.
$88. 139 under your car.
Set up play. Andy Jenkins knows he can't afford to miss here. Double 16. Doesn't miss. He's been pretty clinical on that double 16, particularly against Robert Thornton earlier. And like I said, it's all just pieced itself together at the right time for Andy Jenkins today. He stuttered and huffed and puffed through day one. Still managed to pick up 3 wins from 5. But today, he's been the dominant player. He's been the best player. And he sits top of the table. He's just got to finish the formalities and book his spot in finals night.
97. 43. 45.
Yeah, not a good visit. Robert Owen has had some pretty unlucky deflections. He does use a very rigid flight, and maybe
60.
he needs to have a look at that. He was talking to me about it earlier. He's going to try something different because there's just no give in those flights.
97.
And it's cost him. And particularly the angles his darts go in at. He needs the aid of a deflection.
$140.
See again, but still, he'll be happy that visit takes him down to 118. And Jenks ain't going to leave anything handy here.
125. Robert, your car 118. $52. Andy, your car 137. $97. Robert, your car 66.
All of a sudden, a leg that was looking pretty comfortable for Robert Owen has pressure on this 66. Treble 10, or bull maybe. He's only going to one dart. I'm not a fan of that shot, the ball for double eight.
34. Andy, your car
Give yourself
40.
the best chance, go for the bigger target. Jenks for 2-1. Refocusing, Robert looks on.
30.
And there's a reprieve.
Robert, your car 32.
Jenks berating himself, knows he just wants to get it done. Until he wins a game, the calculations will come into play. Wins another game, I should say.
Game shot on the third
he's been
leg.
made
Robert
to pay
Owen.
for those missed doubles. Robert Owen leads 2-1. 3 holds in the opening 3 legs in this match. Jenkins just stuttering slightly, can emulate the form he had in his previous matches, but
game on.
just got to stay focused. Don't get frustrated. He's shaking his head.
$60. $48. $41. $58. $100.
Better from Jenks. He's not happy though. You can tell he's averaging 87. It's still okay, but the way he's been playing the last 2 games, he just expects to just keep ticking over. A lot of head shaking. No need to get so frustrated.
60.
He's just got to keep himself together. I mean, he knows how cruel this sport can be. If he was to lose his place in finals night from here, after all the work he's put in today and the displays he's put in as well. Conor and Dave Pallett is a massive game coming up next.
140.
Conor's
Andy,
got the
car
darts as well.
160. $60.
Only 60. So he'll stay down. Another one, a 19 treble. Either one, he'll be satisfied with either. He's making his move, Robert Owen here. Tops Jenks. He gets it. He'd have been really frustrated if he hadn't hit that. He's starting to feel it, but that's a good response. Good finish, 2 apiece here. 2 legs away, Andy, from confirming his place alongside Graham Usher in Saturday's finals night of Champions Week here at the Online Darts Live League. Remember, remaining sessions brought to you on Sporty Stuff TV. We've got one at 10 o'clock tonight. The conclusion of Group B. Gervin looking good, as is Josh Payne. And then it's up for grabs amongst the other 3.
100.
Bean, Whitehead Edgar, And then we switch our attention to finals night from 10 o'clock Saturday evening.
100. 96.
'Just doing
99.
enough on throw here, Robert Owen.
100. Robert your car.
He's getting frustrated, Andy, because he really wants to get this done and dusted here. Why wouldn't you? You don't want to get yourself embroiled. Robert Owen, who lost 4-0 to Conor Heneghan, 4-1 to Robert Thornton.
60.
4-2 to Gavin Carlin. But who knows? May find victory
81.
here.
Robert your car. 107.
Andy needs to try and keep a bit of a lid on this because it's okay. The situation's fine. He's 2-2 on throw, and every single visit he's getting frustrated with, and I think he's just in a rush to get this job done.
124.
Got to be patient in this sport.
56. Robert your car. 24.
Owen for the fifth holder throw here. And that, yeah, good dart.
On the fifth
Really
leg.
good dart. I was about to say the second dart from Robert Owen going in a 12, probably a blessing. Had it blocked the target again, he's going to find it hard to get through. He left him the open bed at 6-6, and that is 5 holes to throw, and Robert Owen one away from his first win of the day. He's Andy Jenkins, who hasn't lost a game, who's top of the table.
44. 100. 81.
Oh, lucky deflection from Andy. He's been a bit edgy in this match. Robert Owen slightly better on the average. Not a lot in it. 87 plays 88. 86, sorry.
100.
But the scoreline in favour of Robert Owen. He's got the darts. If we go to a fifth leg, if he can get it done here, great.
100.
And there's still a chance to climb a few spots in the table as well for Robert.
140.
And he's down to a finish, and this could be a first defeat of the day for Andy Jenkins.
58. Robert your car. 161.
He's not there yet.
95.
Good last one. Robert Owen's going to get a match start. He missed the 66 combination early. He goes for tends to go for the ball on his first dart. In a pressure situation, I don't like that way. I'm not against it here. But then that's the risk. I think he'll ignore 14 ball here. I think he'll play percentages. No, he does. Oh, he does the right thing and inflicts a first defeat of the day on Andy Jenkins, and it is a first win of the day for Robert Owen. Jenks is not there yet. He's still got work to do, as this group still remains very interesting. Jenks, there we are. See, he's playing great form. His average has been 100, 104 the last couple of games, but deserted him there. Robert Owen deservedly gets the first win of the day. He can't make it through to Group B, to finals night, but he'll be back in the final match of the day later on to take on David Pallett. And speaking of David Pallett, he's coming up next against Conor Heneghan. an important match incoming here now. Andy Jenkins has just lost to Robert Owen, his first defeat of the day. He's not there yet. So the chasing pack, Conor Heneghan and David Pallett, can make their move. Pallett, who came in as the overnight lead, has only added 2 points to his tally. Any sort of victory for Conor here will see him leapfrog David Pallett. And the situation could get really desperate for David Pallett. He's involved in our last match of the day against Robert Owen. Conor's still got Robert Thornton to the plate. Thornton's still got a chance.
30. $60.
A Pallett win here
97.
would confirm his place and Andy's in finals night. Pallett beat Conor yesterday and really had to dig in deep, and you just feel he's going to have to do it again today.
$96. $97. $81. $60.
Pallett stealing a march
100.
here. First chance at a finish, 144.
$100.
Good dart.
Conor
Big moment early in this match here. Pallett knows he needs a break. Waits patiently. That's a really good finish. That one will hurt David Pallett. He'd expected a chance, but he gets rid of the 97. No nonsense in 2 darts.
Second leg, David,
And
throw
now
first. Game on.
Pallett has to go again.
$180.
Look at the response on Pallett.
$41. $60. $60.
Pallett got a lead here. Such a crucial match. Remember, a victory for David Pallett. Him and Andy Jenkins will go through and join Graham Escher, and that will be half the field for finals night complete.
$50. David Carl 121. $41. $100. David Yokan 80.
Yeah, time here, 20 for tops. I suppose
40.
you're going to fluffy lines on the 20. Do it when your opponent's on 250.
$100. David Yokan 40.
Good that. Good
Game
response
shot on
from
the
David
second
Pallett. He
leg.
started
David
okay here
Pallett.
because he'll be feeling the pressure because it's him who's seen his lead disappear today and hasn't managed to add it to it. So he'll be feeling it more than Conor Heneghan, but responded well. He's made the better start of the players. Just a good finish from Conor in the opening leg, but Hinahan averaging below 80. Pallet up towards, the high 80s. It's not spectacular, but this is literally one of those games about getting the job done. Pallet is not concerned about the performance. Yes, he'd love to play well and get it done easily, but
85.
Win at all costs. Hinahan finds a max, and all of a sudden he chucks his max up, his average up towards 92 and a bit.
$63.
Another one maybe.
165.
You'd have to be in a Jose de Souza from the World Cup. Great setup play. Expect him to switch to the 25, but when aggressive, he's left Pallet high and dry here.
100.
His average has gone up almost 20 points in this leg, Conor. Good leg. 10 dart leg. Brilliant from Conor Heneghan. In a match that he needs to win to keep his hopes alive, and he's making a good fist of it here. 2 legs to the good. Well, 2-1 he leads. 2 legs away from what will be a vital victory. And like I said, any sort of victory, we'll see him leapfrog David Pallett. They were level on legs coming into
100.
this, but 2 points the difference in favour of Pallett.
$86. $59.
And Andy Jenkins still wouldn't be home and hosed if Conor wins. Conor would go on to 10 along with David Pallett. Jenkins on 12. Still looking okay, Andy. May come down to legs. We'll work our way through that at the conclusion of this match. Bring you all up to date. Going into our last round of matches. Andy Jenkins, Gavin Carlin, Thornton, Hinahan. Pallett versus Owen.
$140.
And he's making his move on the Pallett throw here. Pallett's solitary victory today against the only person he didn't beat yesterday, Robert Thornton.
60. Conor Heneghan 150.
The body language ain't great. He's starting to feel it, Pallett. Another one of them. No, he likes to switch. But will return to the 3-1 lead.
$58.
Not enough.
Conor 52.
For 3-1. And he set his stall out with a 97. And that's a clean finish again. This is a good performance from Conor Heneghan. He's worked his way into the match. And he's now taken control of it. And taken control of his own fate in terms of heading towards finals night. 3-1. Pallett has got work to do. Even more so now.
81.
98 and a bit average from Conor. Yeah, not happening for Pallett. Just throws the last dart away. He's got to keep himself focused. He dug himself out of a hole against Conor yesterday.
85.
Don't rule it out today, although it's looking sketchy to say the least.
$100. $46.
Yeah, so David Pallett not out this leg. Got to stay focused.
100.
Good last one.
$140.
But that is a timely two-treble visit for Conor. 149. And Pallet needs to find something or there's going to be no finish.
94.
Finds it.
Conor
Good last
Heneghan,
start, but it's still a big
149.
ask for Pallet. Even more so now, treble 19.
89. David Carr 158.
Lucky, but the situation's getting pretty desperate. It's coming. It's out of
100.
David Pallett's
Conor
hands
Heneghan,
now.
60.
His quest for finals group tops. And there it is, and that completes victory. Pallet now needs legs, he needs favours. He loses his third match of the day. Conor Heneghan playing himself into contention. He's second in the group now as we head into our last round of matches. 3 more games to come before we find out the conclusion of Group C. We'll return in a few moments' time where we'll see Andy Jenkins taking on Gavin Carlin. Last round of matches about to get underway. We are getting to the business end. 12th match of 15 incoming here. Andy Jenkins not quite there yet, but he's almost there. He could have sealed the deal in his previous match. There we see a heavy defeat here, and a victory for Conor, and David Pallett would see him drop into third spot. And Gavin still with an out. Well, he's not now, has he?
First leg is Andy to throw first.
Gavin Carlin playing for pride, but can have his say. Andy Jenks looking to finish the job. Lost to Gavin yesterday in his first match of the day.
140.
That was a bit of a shocker. He'll hope to be a lot more convincing here.
100.
But 3 more matches. Jenks and Carlin. Thornton and Hinahan next. Pallet versus
60.
Robert Owen. Victory for Conor over Robert. We'll see him take his place.
85.
All but certainly in tomorrow's finals night. Jenks has just got to be patient, not try and rush through this game.
100.
But he's certainly in the mood. Great start for Andy Jenks.
46. Andy O'Carr, 120.
Cruising to this opening leg. Stuttered against Robert Owen last time out.
83. 100. Andy O'Carr, 38.
Legs to split.
22.
The right shot, but
Gavin O'Carr,
execution wasn't there. Gavin Carlin, faint hopes here now. The 170 we've seen from Andy today. Hang about. Hang about. Bullseye.
145. Andy O'Carr, 60.
Well, Andy Jenkins breathes a sigh of relief.
Eight.
Can't pin
Gavin
it.
O'Carr, 25.
He's stuttering towards the finishing line, Andy Jenkins, and that place in finals night. And Gavin Carlin throwing a spanner in the works. And pinches that leg. Andy Jenkins missed doubles, and it's just the doubles that are letting him down now. He
Second leg, Gavin to throw first.
so clinical, particularly in the middle part of the day, those middle 2 games against Conor and David Pallett. He was really on song.
58. 140.
Good start to the leg again. Having his throw broken early here, Andy Jenkins.
100.
Was beaten by Gavin yesterday, remember.
41.
No players managed to do the double over Andy. David Pallet beat him yesterday, didn't beat him today. Gavin Carlin beat him
44.
yesterday. Leeds 1-0 against him today, so...
$77. 58.
Yeah, no treble. Not hammering home the advantage, Gavin, is he? Broke and leading by 2 points, and that's going to disappear here.
50.
But not massive damage. He's giving himself a hard time, Andy Jenkins.
66.
This is Gavin now. It's all getting a bit stuttery. It's all getting a bit edgy. But we are at the business end of Group C.
58.
Come down. No, elects to force it through.
140.
And does force it through. Good dart from Gavin. 45 or 57. Can't find the 45. So Gavin Carlin
83. Gavin O'Carr, 35.
for a 2-leg lead. take that. Possibly going for a 3, but it doesn't
Being shown
matter.
the second
Double
leg,
8,
Gavin
similar part of the
Carlin.
board. Very comfortable for Gavin Carlin. 2-leg lead. Andy Jenkins stuttering again here. Opened up with blistering displays today in his
Good
first
leg,
3
Andy, to
matches,
throw
but
first.
now
Game
finds
on.
himself sweating. He's still got a bit of work to do.
80. 60. 85. 58. 60.
Only 60 for Jenks, but Gavin's offered very little in this leg so far.
30. 99. 31.
Yeah, and it's looking down his hand there, Gavin, is if they're slipping out of his hand.
137. 100, and you acquire 40. Being shown on the third leg, Andy Jenkins.
Andy Jenkins does get a first leg on the board. Wants to get the job done. Otherwise, he may be relying on some favours in the last few matches.
Gavin to throw
Just
first.
wins this game. It is simple. Andy Jenkins is in the final group.
43. 90. 55. 95.
'Jenks making inroads on the Gavin Carlin throw. Now,
100.
what Jenks got to clutch to is that Gavin's not playing well here. He's averaging 72 and a bit, so any sort of little sprint from Andy Jenkins will probably see him get back in this match. It's not like
100.
he's being outplayed.
95. 55. 134, Andy Ricard 161. 50. Gavin Ricard 74.
Gavin, just to keep Andy at arm's length, he's just doing enough, Gavin Carlin. Far from spectacular, but this will frustrate Andy even more.
Being
and there
shown on the
again,
fourth
he
leg,
pins the
Gavin
double at the
Carlin.
right time. It's adding to the frustration, and Andy Jenkins is starting to feel the pressure. He's not sealing the deal. He's not finished the job. He thought when he beat David Pallett, he was basically there.
First game on.
He's still not there. And it could be 2 defeats in 2 days at the hands of Gavin Carlin.
60. 140. 98. 140.
Unlucky deflection, but he's making his move, Gavin Carlin now.
171.
Well, Jenks finds a big score when he needs it, but you'd still slightly favour Gavin in this leg. Well, maybe not so much now.
60.
Yeah, can't find a treble in that visit. Best leg of the match, this one.
$60. Gavin Carlin 161.
For the match. Oh,
119.
what a way to seal the deal that would have been. And he's going to return, and Andy Jenkins, the situation may be getting a little bit desperate now. We'll update
42. Gavin on
42. The legs and the different scenarios. Tops to finish the job.
2. Andy
slight pause.
70.
Did that cost Gavin Carlin there? 20 for double 16. Double 16 to peg one back. Gets it. Still in the tie, Andy Jenkins. Carlin's had 2 to clinch victory, but we go on. But Andy's still got to find a breaker throw. It's in Gavin Carlin's hands.
Looks like
Andy
Gavin
Jenkins still can clinch the deal here.
$42. $100. $140. $100. $137.
And Gavin Carlin edging closer. He's played well today, Gavin. But obviously when he's had his defeats, his off games have been poor. There's been no middle ground with Gavin. But he's contributed a lot to this week.
161.
The 161 ain't going. Gavin almost took it in the previous leg.
45.
86
86
to finish the job. A little glance over to the score for Andy Jenkins. 18 for Bull. Bullseye.
61.
No, so
Andy
4 match darts for Gavin Carlin. And Andy Jenks. Tops.
96.
Pulls it low. Jenkins had a chance.
Gavin
It was close. But Gavin now to really put this group in the balance. Double 8. And that is job done. And that is 2 victories in 2 days for Gavin Carlin over Andy Jenkins. The wait for Andy goes on to confirm his spot in finals night. Spirited performance from Gavin Carlin. He won't be going through to finals night because the good campaign today. He's won 3 of his 5 matches, but he exits the Online Darts Live League Champions Week at this phase. We've got 2 more matches left, and they're very important ones. Well, David Pallett's the last one against Robert Owen, but first, Robert Thornton taking on Conor Heneghan. Well, we promised drama, didn't we, at the conclusion of Group C, and it hasn't let us down. Andy Jenkins is still not confirmed in the finals group tomorrow evening. He's almost there, but not confirmed. Conor Heneghan and David Pallett still harbour hopes of gatecrashing those top 2 places. But it's over to Conor now, who takes on Robert Thornton. If he is defeated by Robert Thornton, Andy Jenkins' place is confirmed. Thornton with a 4-0 victory would just not be enough to get himself in the equation, but it can end in style. It would see him leapfrog over Gavin Carlin as well. But it's tight, isn't it? Gavin Carlin, good campaign today. 3 wins from 5, just not quite enough to get himself in the mix. But it is, you feel, 2 from 3. Well, you feel Andy Jenkins will still make it, but it is 2 from 3. Conor Heneghan, Andy Jenkins and David Pallett. Will 2 of them will accompany Graham Usher in that finals group on Saturday, with the remaining 3 coming from Group B, which concludes this evening from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. Just going through the last few warm-up darts here. Thornton won last time out against Gavin Carlin. And in the previous match with Robert Owen, he's probably left it... Well, he did leave it too late, but just couldn't click into gear early today, Robert Thornton. But as I said, looking to end in style. And has a chance to do it here against Conor. But Conor pulled out a real big victory over David Pallett last time.
Looks like it's Robert to
Very
throw
important
first.
victory. Average just shy of 97. It was clinical. He was 4 from 4 on the checkouts in that match, Conor. Can he
60.
finish the job, or will Robert Thornton finish his campaign with a hat-trick of wins, having won his previous 2?
95. 57.
Decent switch from Conor.
96.
Andy Jenkins just got off the boil in his last 2 games. He's hovering around to see if his spot
60.
will be confirmed in tomorrow's finals.
100. 60.
'Yeah, just trying to work this out now, Conor. Come down for a 17.
43.
All staying up there, yeah, that's equally as effective. I thought he may have come down for 17, just the fact it was an open bed and it leaves the 117. You can stay on the same target. But it's Thornton down to 124.
Robert, your car 124.
No, we're not going to go try and force his way through there, Robert.
56.
Can't find his
Conor
way.
your car
Does leave
107.
68, but Conor for the 107. He started with a 97-inch David Pallett, and it set the tone for the match. Can he do the same here? Double top.
67.
Wrong side of the
Robert, your
wire.
car 68.
Didn't miss a double in the last match, Conor.
Game shown the
And he's
first
made to
leg,
pay
Robert
here for
Thornton.
missing his first one. Robert Thornton takes the opening leg on throw with a 68 finish. And still work for Conor Heneghan to do. David Pallett
Looking
hoping
like
that
Conor
Robert
to throw
Thornton can
first,
do him a
game on.
favour here.
$100.
Turn for Conor. This one and Pallet v Robert Owen.
59.
Jenks will be willing a Robert Thornton victory. We should confirm his place.
57.
Good adjustment from Robert. And another one really forced that through. Spring in his step, Robert. Saw the bounce in that last dart.
$100.
Just a 10 for Conor. But the pace is good from Robert.
126. $85.
He's stolen mark, so that's no good for Conor. That doesn't leave a finish. And Conor won't want to see a 140 going in here, and he's not going to see one. Let off.
43.
There's a chance for Robert Thornton to really pile pressure in here.
$99. Robert, your car, 133.
In all likely, Conor will return. Wow.
93.
What an effort.
Conor, your car, 60.
The pace, it's just a lot better for Robert. He's better when he plays at this quick speed, and Conor is feeling it. Tops. He's only going to get one instead of two.
40.
And he needed the
Robert,
two.
your car, 40.
Makes a mess of that. Thornton for 2-0. And it is 2-0. Robert Thornton is having his say. He can't make it to finals night, but he might have a big say on who does make it. Conor Heneghan now is 2 legs down and doing Andy Jenkins a big favour and David Pallett.
$60. $43.
Yeah, and only an opener at 43 after Robert failed to find a treble. It's all unravelling for Conor Heneghan here.
100. $78.
It's a better dart. Thornton, yeah, and you can penny for the thoughts of Conor Heneghan as Robert Thornton is really turning the screw.
$60. Robert, your car, 161.
Can't finish the 161, but look at the setup. This is a good display from Robert. Going out with a bang.
108.
Well, just needs a 140, but even if Robert flips his line, it's a big ask. And Thornton 3-0 in front now. And it's all looking a bit desperate for Conor. Thornton 1 away from ending his campaign with a hat-trick of wins. And an impressive performance against Conor Heneghan here.
First game on.
And in the meantime, Andy Jenkins sitting quite comfortably in the back room.
85. $42. $100.
Just a 10. Just needs to prolong this tie. We haven't seen anyone recover from 3-0 down.
45.
Conan might had almost let a 3-leg lead slip last night, but managed to finish the job.
97. $58.
Yeah, spraying him about, Robert.
41.
Bit of a fly there. Offering Conor a way back into the match.
81.
Good last dart. Still plenty for Conor to do, but Said, come back, start somewhere. But he's got to do what no player has done this week and recover from 3-0 down.
Conor Heneghan 132.
Can't find the treble 19.
39. Robert Heneghan 164.
A little bit wayward in this leg,
93.
Robert. He was really clinical the opening 3 legs. Is Conor going to give him a shot for the match? He's not in this leg. 3-1 now. Conor Heneghan gets a foothold in the tie, but still needs break to throw. Thornton will throw for the match here.
Fifth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
1 back. Thornton to kick things off in leg 5.
$140. 100. 45. 93.
Yeah, good pick off. Needs to stay with Robert Thornton this leg, and hopefully, if there is a loose visit from Robert, Conor's got to be ready to pounce, but that won't help his cause.
$93.
Good art, but Thornton looking to tee up from here. That guide. There it is, another one for 36.
100.
Seen a lot of head shaking in this match from Conor Heneghan.
$96. Robert Heneghan 76.
For the match to end in style. 88. Wow, now then,
no
that makes things interesting.
Conor
Not only has he missed, he's bust his score. 26, I should say.
106.
Just inside.
76.
Another go for Thornton, and it's getting messy. It's getting scrappy. Conor's not out of this match yet.
36. Conor Heneghan
36.
13.
Got to split the 13, Conor. Double 4. And he hangs around in this match. Thornton has missed 2 match darts. Will he get any more? We are now back on throw, and the waiting goes on for Andy Jenkins, and David Pallett would have liked a victory for Robert Thornton as well. It would have made things a lot simpler for him in the final match. But we go on here.
$100. 60. $123.
Conor Heneghan, unlikely. Looks like we're going to see a deciding leg.
125.
Robert, he would have the darts in that deciding leg, Robert, but when you've led 3-0, that advantage seems very slim. You feel the pressure.
60.
He's not out of this leg yet, Robert. Good really good last start from Robert. Just has him hanging on to the coattails of Conor Heneghan, but it will frustrate Conor if he doesn't at least get a last leg here now. Down to a finish. But Robert finds another one. Oh.
100. Conor Heneghan 158.
Conor 158. Couple of trebles for double 19. It's not going to go, so this is where he's got to leave it nice. And
98. Robert Heneghan 135.
60 is okay, but he made a real mess of 60 early on in the match. Thornton treble 20 for bull. Treble 18 or the bull.
70. Conor Heneghan 60.
Conor, for the second time today, has a crack at 60 in this match. And that's probably better than going 20 tops. Because it opens up the bed. But it's one dart, double five. 55. And he can't find it. Thornton's going to get another
65.
chance to clinch victory here. And it would put Andy Jenkins into finals night. 2 more darts. And he only needs one, and he finally breaks the resistance of Conor Heneghan. He put in a plucky performance. His race isn't run yet, but Robert Thornton ends in style. It got a bit scrappy, missed doubles, but Robert Thornton ultimately had too much. He ends his campaign with 3 victories in the last 5 games, 3 in the last 3 today, so he ends in style. Thornton wins 4-2. We now come down to our last match. It's David Pallett taking on Robert Owen, and it is simple, a Pallett win. And he will join Andy Jenkins, who's now confirmed in finals night on Saturday. Welcome back to Group C action in the Online Darts Live League. It's all come down to the last match. Robert Owen versus David Pallett. Robert Owen is looking to play the spoiler. He's eliminated from Group C, but he can stop the progress of David Pallett. Here's confirmation. Andy Jenkins is through. He may not be through as the league leader, but he will advance. Conor Heneghan currently sits in second spot. He needs a Robert Owen victory, otherwise he will be eliminated. David Pallett victory. He goes through. A David Pallett victory by 4-1 or 4-2. He will top the group. Or 4-0, obviously. But it's simple. Pallett just wants to win and get himself in to finals night, along with Graham Usher. Now confirmed Andy Jenkins. And 3 more spots from Group B tonight. But we said there'd be drama throughout today, and it hasn't let us down. Look at that.
First leg is
2, 3, 4, 5, all on 10 points.
Game on.
Robert Owen cut adrift at the bottom. And it's Pallet to get us underway. How important could having the darts be? Well, if he throws like this, it could be vital. Great start from the Mekong, David Pallet. And at times it's got a bit desperate for David Pallet today, but can he just get himself over the line?
60.
Big advantage already in leg one. That's a treble again. If he can just find 4 holds a throw, as simple as that, Dave. We threw. But it never is that simple, is it? There'll be twists, there'll be turns
60.
in this game, I'm sure.
$100.
Pallet, though, just the leg he'd have liked. He's got to finish it off.
121. David Carl, 123.
Start on treble 20. Yeah, 63. Treble 13. I went for treble 17 for double 6.
87.
But that's fine. Leaves 36, a double he's really comfortable on, and 12 darts thrown, 36 remain. Is a great start to this
100.
massive match for David Pallet.
36.
Double 18. And he gets it, and that's a convincing holder throw. Just what David Pallet needed to steady the ship. It hasn't gone to plan today. Just the solitary victory, which was over Robert Thornton, which coincidentally was the only player he didn't beat yesterday. But Pallet up and running in this crucial last match decider. Remember, a win for David Pallet will see him advance alongside Andy Jenkins.
82.
A win for Robert Owen will see Andy Jenkins advance with Conor Heneghan.
$140.
Seems in the mood, Pallet, doesn't he? He started well. But when you start well, you want to get out in front and get a good lead. If you can get a break here, would really settle him down. You see Robert Owen, another one of those wicked deflections. Really something I think he does need to look at. Not enough give in those flights.
59.
Keeps Pallet just in touch here.
$81.
Yeah, good last dart saver for Robert Owen, but the first dart was shocking. He just kicked over into the 5 and
43.
can't force it through. He's got to keep himself together, David Pallet. Be patient. He'll obviously want to try and race away with this game, but
60.
only 60. You have to come down, David. And back up now, just to leave the 160 if you get a treble.
99. Robert Yukar, 138. $43. David Yukar, 160.
That's poor setup, and that is an opening for David Pallet. Now he's just got to stay straight. A ton will do.
41.
Poor last
Robert
one.
Yukar, 95.
To stay patient. That's a good guide for the ball. He doesn't need a dart at the ball now. Dave's thinking, go inside. No, go straight in the double 5, and that levels up this match at 1 apiece. Pallet was very convincing the first one. Had an outside chance of the 160, but 2 holds a throw exchanged early in this match.
David, you throw first. Game on. 105. $43.
Yeah, ball visit. Bit of breathing space early in the leg for David Pallett. Hold throw here and then turns attention to attacking and trying to get a breaker throw. That would really give him a cushion.
97.
Be all a bit nervy. Penny for the thoughts of Conor Heneghan in the back room. Needs a win for Robert Owen.
100.
It's feeling it, Pallet.
59.
Getting a little bit too close for comfort now, Robert Owen.
60.
Can't find a treble, so music to the ears of Pallet.
I
can't find a treble though. It's getting nervy. Final match of the day, remember. And it's simple. Pallet wins, he's through. He loses, then
58.
Conor Heneghan, who's awaiting in the back room, goes through along with Andy Jenkins to join Graham Usher in finals night, which is tomorrow from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV.
94.
Good last one. He's just kept himself in front, hasn't he? Robert Owen hasn't really pounced on the treble-less visits from David Pallett in this match.
100. David require 86.
In his leg, but Pallett for 2-1. Treble 14 or bull maybe. Who stayed up there.
38.
So
Robert,
we'll
your
have
car
to split if
140.
Robert Owen doesn't get rid of the 140. And he's not going to. But these are nervy times. Shots
45.
like these.
David require 48.
The pressure is ramped up. 16 for the double. It's a good sighter, that is. And he hits it. Good finish of Dave Pallett. Important leg. It wasn't pretty. But David Pallett halfway to booking his place in finals night. He won't be concerned. He can still finish top of the table. But it is all about qualifying for that final group tomorrow. Alongside Andy Jenkins and Graham Usher. Would love a breaker throw.
59. $45. 177.
Great switch in. And it's going to be tricky for David Pallett to find a break in this leg.
100. 95.
Down to 170. We've seen that today from Andy Jenkins.
$59. Robert, your car 170.
Can Robert Owen find the second 170 of the day? He can't.
60. 59. Robert, your car 110.
For two apiece. 18 or a 10. Tops 4-2 all.
Game
It
show
is 2-all. Over to you again, David Pallett. 4 holds a throw in this final match of the day. Reminder, a match that David Pallett has to win if he is to advance from this group.
Fifth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
He'd love to see that first dart stack up in the treble 20. He's just dropping low. He's just deep, and that is sign of nerves.
86.
Good last one, though, from Dave. It's not pretty. The average is both in the low 80s. But to be expected in what is a nervy match.
121. 60.
Slender lead, but Robert Owen put a dent in that lead with his first visit of a 1-2-1.
140.
Now then, it's in the balance now.
$100.
Only one treble for Pallet. He's behind. The darts is now in favour of Robert Owen. Looking to play spoiler.
60.
Only 60. Pallet would live for the 140 here. Tension in this last game of Group C. Can't find a treble. How's the setup play from Robert Owen?
60.
Not great. Pallet's not out this leg yet. Big visit here. Over pitching now. Cannot find that treble 20. Probably go for bull. And hits a 7.
Robert, your car 120.
It's all gone wrong for David Pallet today. 1 win from 4. He's not out of this game yet, but he's leaving himself a lot to do. Robert Owens hit the front.
100.
Pulls it low.
David car 100.
Big ask though for David Pallet to hit the 148. And he loses a dart to the floor.
45.
It's all going wrong
Robert,
for David Pallet
20.
at the wrong time. Now then, double 5.
15.
And he misses, and it'll frustrate
David
Pallet even
Lucar,
more. The setup's only
103.
103, but very gettable. 84. Can't find the treble 16 for double 80.
55. Robert, your car 5.
Can Pallet? Robert Owen tied at this 5. Gets the 1. Can't get the double 2. Up for double 1. This is tension. And he gets it, and that'll hurt David Pallet. That's the break. Robert Owen now throwing to eliminate David Pallet from Group C, and his chances of a place in finals night are hanging by a thread. Robert Owen leads 3-2. Conor Heneghan waits in the back room, hoping that Robert Owen can finish the job, and he's making a great start of it.
140.
Pallet stares to the heavens. He knows it's all going wrong. Got to keep himself together.
81.
Got to stay in touch. Robert Owen has shown he will miss doubles. The overnight leader has seen himself slip out of contention. It's all too little too late for Robert Owen, but Conor Heneghan waiting, and it looks like he is going through to finals night along with Andy Jenkins and Graham Escher, who's already there.
131.
What a leg. And this will hurt Pallet. He's played some good stuff. He's contributed a lot.
140.
It looks like he's going to fall short. Robert Owen, over to you to confirm. Well, he went for bull as well. Double 16.
34.
Not done yet. Pallet can tee this up. Robert Owen has proved a bit vulnerable.
58. Robert, your car 16.
Double 8. Not there yet. Double two.
Game
And he
shot
is
on the
there.
match,
And
Robert
that
Owen.
eliminates David Pallett. David Pallett, who was the overnight leader, but only one win from 5 today, sees him slip out of the top 2. He will not be at finals night. Robert Owen ends in style. A good victory for him. He is eliminated as well, along with Robert Thornton and Gavin Carlin. But it's Andy Jenkins who tops the group, and along with Conor Heneghan will go through. There's confirmation. Jenks top, Hinahan second. They go through to finals night tomorrow evening, along with Graham Escher. And we now turn our attention to Group B, which resumes from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff tonight. Sporty Stuff TV tonight. It's got Nathan Gervin who leads the way, Josh Payne in second place, and all the other 3 players. Whitehead, Van Veen on 2 points, waiting to pounce, along with Matthew Edgar. It's all to play for. 3 spots still available in finals night. Join us from 10 p.m. this evening.